Harry's verse. What if Harry Potter was Green Lantern's reincarnation? If you're enjoying the story, please like, subscribe, and ring the bell. It helps the channel more than you know, and it tells me which of these crossovers to keep writing. Settle in. This one runs long. Harry's verse. Chapter 1, Cupboard to Core. The cupboard under the stairs was 4 feet by 6 feet by some unkind fraction of a child, and the boy inside it had learned a long time ago that there was no good in counting how often the door opened. Counting only made the silences between worse. So instead Harry counted spider legs, and the click-click of the boiler, and how many times Aunt Petunia's heels passed over his head before she remembered to scream his name. Today she had screamed it twice and he was still in the cupboard, which meant a third scream was being carefully refrigerated for use after dinner. He sat in the dark with his knees up under his chin and one cheek pressed to the cool plaster, and he thought, in the small dry voice he kept for himself, I am not going to cry. I am not going to cry. The principle was older than the words. Tears made things worse. Tears made Vernon's neck go red. Tears made Petunia find new chores. So you held them in until the salt reabsorbed and your eyes went hot and useless, and then you slept. He was 6. It is strange to be 6 and to have a working theory of stoicism, but the world had insisted, and Harry was a polite child even with the world. Out in the kitchen Dudley was being applauded for chewing. Vernon's voice, which was a fork made of meat, that's a man's appetite, that is. That's the Dursley way. Eats what's in front of him and asks for more, that's my boy. Petunia laughed her brittle laugh, the laugh of a woman who had been told to laugh and had practiced, and Harry, in the cupboard, listed in his head the dishes Dudley would not have to wash and the dishes that would be waiting for him. Then the air in the cupboard changed. It was not a noise. He would think, later, that it was a noise the way a held breath is a noise, an absence so dense it forms a shape. The plaster against his cheek went briefly warm, the way a stove top goes briefly warm before you understand it has been hot the whole time. The dust on the bare bulb thickened, then thinned, then thickened again. And somewhere on the line between the air and the inside of his skull, a thing arrived. He thought it was a wasp at first, because he was 6 and that was the worst flying thing he had ever met. He flinched. Then he saw the green. It was a small green, neat, precise, like a light bulb the size of a marble. It hung in the dust an inch above his hand. It rotated. The rotation was not the rotation of a bug looking for a way out, it was the rotation of a thing taking measurements. Light, not bulb light, soaked the cupboard for a half-second and then politely dimmed. A voice came from inside his skull and from inside the green at the same time. It was a voice with no inflection at all and no need for any. It was the voice of a metal ruler that had decided to address him. Harry Potter of Earth, you have the ability to overcome great fear. Welcome to the core. Harry, who had been working very hard at not crying, found he was not crying. He was also not, as far as he could tell, breathing in the way that breathing was usually done. His ribs had become decorative. A second voice arrived, behind the first, slower, drier, almost amused. It was nothing like the first voice. It was a voice that had spent a great deal of time in cockpits and in bars and possibly in trouble. Cool head, the second voice said. Hot stick. There's no time, kid. Just put your hand out. Harry's hand was already out. He had not noticed. The marble of green light settled into his palm and was, on the way down, no longer a marble. It was a ring. The ring had a flat green face the size of a thumbnail, and the face had a symbol he had never seen, 2 horizontal bars and a circle between, like a lantern from above. The metal was warm. The metal was breathing. He flexed his fingers and the metal size to his finger and then asked him, somehow, whether the size was correct, and he said yes without making a sound. Inside his head a list arrived. He had never had a list arrive inside his head before. The list said, wearer, Harry James Potter, terrestrial designation, prior bearer Hal Jordan, terrestrial, deceased. Power level, 34%. Recharge interval, 24 standard hours, recommended. Construct generation, enabled. Translation matrix, enabled. Fear analysis, ambient. The cupboard, Harry decided, was no longer a cupboard. Then the second voice said, drier still, all right. Easy. Don't break it. The first one's the hardest because you don't yet know what you can do. Picture something small. Something stupid. A paper airplane. Harry pictured a paper airplane. The cupboard filled with green. It was not light the way a lamp is light. It was light with edges. The paper airplane, 2 inches long, made of green that was not paper and not light and not water, hovered above his palm and tilted its nose at him as if politely waiting for instructions. The folds were perfect, folds Harry had never managed in real paper, not once, despite the hours Dudley had cried at him to make some. The airplane was small and green and whole. Harry, who had not cried, made a noise. It was a noise so small that the cupboard absorbed it. The second voice, Hal, said, there you go. Now don't drop it. Don't let it shake. Look at it like it's the only thing in the room. It will hold as long as you hold. The airplane held. Harry held. In the kitchen Vernon was telling Petunia about a man at work who had bought a boat. The boat was relevant for some reason Harry did not catch. The boat made Vernon happy in the specific dangerous way that boats made Vernon happy when the boats were not his. Slowly, very slowly, Harry made the airplane fly. Not far. From his palm to the ceiling and back. The ceiling was 9 spider legs and 4 whirls of paint away, and the airplane flew it and did not bump and did not waver. A line of attention ran between his eyes and the airplane like a wire, and he understood, 6 years old, in a cupboard under stairs, with a marble of light on his finger, that the wire was him, and the airplane was him, and the bulb in the ceiling was somebody else's, but the wire was his alone. He laughed. He had not meant to laugh. The laugh was a sound he had not made in months and possibly years. The laugh was a small, hot, surprised thing. The first voice, the ruler voice, the ring voice, said, construct stable. Power level, 34%. Hal said, kid. Do me a favor and breathe. Harry breathed. He sat with his back against the plaster and the airplane circling in the air above his knees, and he did not do any of the things a 6-year-old in a cupboard under the stairs is supposed to do. He did not panic. He did not run upstairs and tell anyone. He did not pinch himself. He understood, with the clean unbothered clarity of a child whose imagination had been the only furnished room of his life for as long as he could remember, that this was real, that he was the one realer thing in it, and that nothing else in the house was going to like this. He thought, then, of Dudley. Specifically of the precise picture of Dudley sitting on his chest 2 weeks ago and wiping cake on his face and laughing the slow stupid laugh and saying, I'm Dudley. You're Harry. We're not the same. He had not been able to do anything about that. He had been fundamentally unable to do anything about that. The airplane stopped circling. It hung in the air, nose tilted, quiet as a question. Hal said, kid. Hey. We are going to talk about anger later. Okay. Right now we just play. Harry nodded. The airplane nodded back, because Harry nodded. Picture something else, Hal said. Bigger. Try a sword. A sword, Harry thought. Then thought, but I don't know what swords look like up close. A general impression will do, Hal said. The sword that bloomed in the cupboard was 3 feet long, leaf-shaped, with a hilt that wrapped to fit a hand smaller than Harry's. It was emerald in color the way that grass is emerald in color in pictures of countries Harry had never been to. The pommel had the lantern symbol on it. Harry took the grip and the grip took him back and they understood each other. He had never held a sword. He held a sword like a person who had held a sword. The weight settled into his shoulder as if it had been there before. He did not know, not yet, that the trick was Hal's, that the muscle memory of fence club afternoons in 1962 was being lent to him through a dead pilot's ghost. He only knew he could move with it. Construct stable, the ring said. Power level, 33%. Hal said, yeah. They cost something. Don't burn through it on swordplay alone. Harry let the sword dissolve. It went the way of dust, it didn't drop, didn't clatter, it lifted from his hand like something a wind owed somewhere else. He set the airplane down on his knee. It rested, somehow weightless and somehow there. He thought, very carefully, are you alive? The ring said, define alive. He thought, are you a person? The ring said, I am a power source bonded to a wearer. I am not a person. The voice you experience as the secondary speaker is a residual psychological imprint of the prior bearer, retained at 3% capacity for orientation purposes. He will fade as you stabilize. Hal said, hey. I object. The ring said, object noted. Harry, who had been afraid every day of his short life of being thought strange, sat in his cupboard with a green airplane on his knee and a faint dead pilot in his head and a third voice speaking from a marble of light, and he did not register as strange to himself. The word for what he was, finally, was located. Here, said his head. You are here, and not in any of the places you have been told to live in. He closed his hand around the ring. Then Vernon shouted. Boy! The cupboard reverted to a cupboard. Not entirely, the green had soaked into the plaster, and the plaster looked, for a single private moment, healthier, but the door rattled in its frame and the metal of the latch buzzed in the way it always did before a hand seized it. Harry understood that the boatman in Vernon's office had bought too good a boat, and that the price was about to be transferred. The latch lifted. The door swung. Vernon's belly preceded him, a fact of geography. His face came after it like an afterthought made of beef. You weren't out for dinner, said Vernon, in the tone of a man marshalling small grievances into a serviceable rage. You weren't out for dinner and your aunt called you. Twice. Harry sat with his hands closed. I was reading, he said. In here? With no light? Do you take me for an idiot, boy? I'm sorry, Uncle Vernon. You're sorry. I am. Vernon bent at the waist. He had to. He came down to Harry's level the way a derrick comes down to a piling. His breath was beer and something sour underneath. He had one large finger and the finger was rising. Look at me when I am speaking to you. Harry looked. In Harry's chest something he had spent his entire short life lying about quietly raised its hand. It said, I am tired. I said the words I'm sorry today and I do not feel sorry. He did not call me by my name. He has not used my name once today. The finger is going to land on my collarbone. The collarbone is going to bruise. The bruise is going to last 12 days. I have, at this very moment, a marble of light on my finger and a paper airplane on my knee, and I am the size of him as a knee. The finger came down. It did not land. A sheet of green, the dimensions of a coffee table top and the thickness of a thought, floated up between Vernon and Harry as smoothly as if a butler had drawn it. The finger met the sheet. The sheet considered the finger. The sheet decided. Vernon's hand stopped a centimeter above Harry's collarbone, as if the finger had run into a quietly furious wall. Vernon, who had not been stopped by a wall in some time, opened his mouth. What? The sheet was visible. It was a green so vivid it tasted bright. It hummed. The lantern symbol bloomed once in its center and then dimmed, modest. Hal said, don't even smirk, kid. Harry didn't smirk. He didn't have a smirk yet to deploy. He had something better than a smirk, he had nothing to say. Vernon's neck began to go the color of the inside of a strawberry. He pulled his finger back as if from a stove. He did not understand. The not understanding did all the things in his face that understanding usually did. His eyebrows fell. His jaw rose. His nostrils flared. His chest did an awful little pre-running of a yell. "What, boy, what is this? What have you done, pet, pet? Get in here, the boy is. Petunia did not get in there. Petunia had heard the boat story enough times to recognize the cadences of an unspecified domestic emergency, and she had taken Dudley to the lounge, where the television could yell. The kitchen door swung in the hot air. Vernon's hand came again, faster this time, with the specific anger of a man whose authority had been corrected by a visual phenomenon. The shield held. He hit it. It did not give. He hit it harder. It did not give. He hit it with the part of his hand that had broken a doorframe in 1989, and the part of his hand was now sore. He stepped back. He looked at the shield. He looked at Harry. He looked at the shield. Then his eyes moved, against his will, to Harry's hand. The green. The ring. You've stolen something. I haven't, Harry said. That's some, what is that? The ring said, Fred assessment, low. Adult male. Mass disadvantaged opponent. No projectile. No edged weapon. Construct response, defensive only. Recommendation, maintain. Harry held the shield exactly where it was. Hal said, Kid. Talk to him. Harry didn't want to talk to him. You have to, Hal said. You're 6. You don't run from this. You set the rules now or he sets them tomorrow. Talk to him. Harry breathed out. He had been holding the breath the way a small animal holds still in a hole. Uncle Vernon, he said. Vernon did not answer. Vernon's mouth was working. Uncle Vernon, Harry said, and it was the calmest voice he had used to a Dursley in a year, calmer than calm, calm with hard floor under it. I would like you to know 2 things. What? Number 1. I would like to come out of the cupboard. What, I would like to come out and have my dinner. I have not had it. I have had it taken away 17 days out of the last 40. Vernon, against his will, blinked. He had not been, until this moment, aware that anyone in the household kept account. Number 2, Harry said. I would like you not to put your hand on me. Ever. Again. Hal, in his head, said, Attaboy. Now don't smirk. He didn't smirk. Vernon's neck had gone a color past strawberry into the next page of the strawberry book. He was, by some measure, a frightened man. By another measure he was a man for whom fear had only ever been other people's fear, the consumable kind, the sort one could feed on. He had not yet found language for fear that pointed at him. Boy. Yes, Uncle Vernon. You will give me that thing, whatever you have, and you will go upstairs to the cupboard and the cupboard is downstairs, Harry said quietly. You meant, I will go back into the cupboard. Vernon went a still further page in the strawberry book. He took, against the rules of every interior negotiation he had ever conducted, a step back. The shield receded. Not because Harry had told it to, but because the shield had read the step. Harry stood up slowly. He had to duck, even 6 and thin as he was, to come out of the door. He stepped onto the worn carpet of the hall. The lantern symbol on the ring caught the hall light and threw a single small green spot onto the wallpaper, and Petunia, who had come out into the hall with Dudley behind her, made the noise that women in horror films make right before they have to say a line. Petunia. What, Vernon, what is, that, boy, what are you, what have you, I haven't done anything, said Harry. Your eyes, they're what? Petunia's hand had risen, by reflex, to her mouth. She looked, in that small rotten second, like the photograph of a sister Harry had never met. Then she dropped her hand and her face came back, and she was Aunt Petunia again, and she said, in her real voice, the one she only ever used by accident. You look like her. Harry, who knew what her was even though no one had given him the answer, did not move. Hal, in his head, said, let her have that one. He let her have it. Vernon, restored by his wife's panic to a professional sense of the situation, expanded. We are going, he said, to telephone, somebody. We are going to telephone, the school. Or the police. Or, yes, the police. The police will know. The police will come and take that, whatever that is, construct stable, said the ring. Power level, 31%. Hal said, tell him no police. Harry, who had not decided to say it, said, no police. Vernon laughed. It was the laugh of a man who has remembered he is twice the size of a 6-year-old. You do not get to set the terms, boy. I'm afraid I do, Harry said. It was the I'm afraid. It came out wrong, not afraid. The opposite of afraid. The polite social shell of it without the inside. It came out the way a doctor says it before saying something nobody wants to hear, and Vernon, who in his own small way recognized it, registered, in the underside of his stomach, something very old and very specific brushing past. If you call the police, Harry said, I will go with them. Quietly. And when they ask me how the house is, I will tell them. Tell them what? About the cupboard. About the 17 dinners. About the time I stayed in there for 2 days when Dudley said I had broken his game. About the welt above my left eye Aunt Petunia put cream on so it wouldn't show in the school photo. About the fact that I have never once been called by my name by you in the hall, in the kitchen, in the lounge, in the garden, only the boy, only that boy, only him. And I am 6, and I will tell them with little words, and they will listen. He had not cried. He was not crying. Hal said, kid. I don't know who taught you to talk like that. You did, Harry thought. Petunia made a small noise that was not, in the end, a horror film noise. It was the noise of a woman who had been quietly assuming for years that no one had been keeping the count. Vernon, in whom one could read at this moment the entirety of an inherited and unexamined mediocrity, did the only thing his architecture had ever permitted him. He reasserted volume. Get back in the cupboard, he said. Get back in the. Harry held up his hand. A sphere of green, large enough to seat a man, formed in the hall. It was not a threat. There was no menace in it. It was a green ball about the size of an armchair, hanging in the air between Harry and the front door, slowly rotating, with the lantern symbol on its equator. It was, by any measure, the most beautiful object the hall had ever contained. Vernon stared at it. Petunia, who had once, in a school year that no one had named, watched a girl her own age make daisies blossom on a cupboard door, sat down on the bottom stair as if her knees had been told something unkind. Hal said, smart. Show, don't say. Harry let the sphere drift, quite slowly, until it hung above the hall table. The hall table groaned in advance. The sphere did not press down. It hovered. It made a gentle hum, like a fridge that had decided to sing. I am not, Harry said, going back in the cupboard. Right, said Vernon. I am going to have my dinner. Right. I am going to use the small bedroom upstairs as my room, starting tonight. Vernon swallowed. Petunia did not look up from the bottom stair. Harry said, more slowly, because now the words had to be exact, I am not going to hurt anyone in this house. I am not even going to be loud. I am going to be a boy you can ignore. You are very good at ignoring me. Please continue. But you are not going to put your hand on me. You are not going to lock that door. And the next time Aunt Petunia raises her hand to her mouth like that I am going to ask her what she remembered. Petunia put her hand back down very fast. The sphere drifted away from the hall table and lowered itself, as if politely, behind Harry, where it dissolved into a single green point and went out. The ring said, construct stable. Power level, 29%. Hal said, "Okay. Eat. Drink water. Don't be a prick. You won." Harry walked into the kitchen. The kitchen had a plate on the table. The plate, due to long-practiced family habit, contained one boiled potato, a slice of cold ham trimmed of any agreeable edge, and a rind of cheese which Petunia had, in the manner of a long convention, considered sufficient for the boy. Dudley's plate, by the sink, contained the remains of half a pork chop, 2 whole potatoes mashed and gravied, 3 sausages, a heap of peas, and a pudding bowl with a spoon standing in it. Harry looked at the 2 plates. He didn't take Dudley's. That would have been theft, and theft was a separate item in the list of permitted reactions. He took the boiled potato and the ham and the cheese rind and ate them. He ate them slowly because eating them slowly was a discipline he had set himself at 5 years old. Then he opened the fridge and took out the milk. He poured himself a glass. He drank it. He put the glass in the sink. He did not run the tap. He did not whistle. He did not gloat. He sat at the table for 5 minutes longer than he had ever been allowed and looked at the shape of the kitchen as if memorizing the lines, and then he got up and walked upstairs to the small bedroom on the landing and pushed the door open, and the door, being unlocked because nothing was kept in there but Dudley's broken toys, swung. The bedroom contained a single bed with a stripped mattress, a chair, a wardrobe with one door, a window with a curtain that did not quite close, and a great pile of plastic things in colors that had once been bright. Harry put the plastic things into the wardrobe. He put the chair under the window. He sat on the chair. He watched the road. After a little while Hal said, "You all right?" "Yeah," Harry said. Out loud. The first time he had answered Hal out loud. "You can sleep tonight, kid. They aren't going to come up." "Are they going to call the police?" "No. They're going to sit in the kitchen. He's going to drink. She's going to make tea. They aren't going to look at each other for an hour. He'll think about hitting you in the morning and remember the airplane and remember the shield and remember his hand and stop thinking about it. She'll go up to her drawer and look at a photograph she hasn't taken out in years." "Hal." "Yeah. Are you my dad?" A pause. Hal made the pause longer than he had to. The pause was kind. "No. Are you me?" "Almost. Not quite. I lived a life. You're living yours. The ring picked you because of who you already are, kid. I'm just along for the orientation. After a while I'll go quiet. You won't notice the day. You'll be too busy. Will I forget you? You don't have to. Some of me gets folded in. Cool head, hot stick. That's the whole curriculum. The rest you'll figure out." Harry sat in the chair. Outside, in the road, a fox ate a chip wrapper with the dedication of a professional. The streetlights came on one by one. In the kitchen below, Vernon began, eventually, to drink. Petunia made tea. Dudley fell asleep on the sofa with both hands in a bag of crisps. Harry lifted the ring. The lantern symbol caught the streetlight and rotated very slightly, as if a small green planet had decided to acknowledge him. The ring said, in its metal ruler voice, "Recharge interval, 21 hours, 15 minutes. Battery proximity, undetermined. Battery acquisition, pending." Hal said, "Yeah, about that." Harry looked at the ring. "There's a battery somewhere," Hal said. "Lantern power battery. Looks like a green lantern. Big. Glowing. You'll know it when you find it. The ring runs on it. In your old neighborhood, my old neighborhood, I mean, you'd find one in a vault on OA, or one in your closet at home. In your case, it's somewhere in this world, hidden by people who knew enough to hide it. You'll trip over it eventually. Until then we go on what's in this thing, and we don't waste juice. Where is it? Don't know. But it's in this world. If it weren't in this world the ring wouldn't have crossed over to find you. I caught the pull, from inside it, a month before it picked you. Whatever brought us here threw the battery first and then the ring after, like keys after a man. Why me? Because there's a thing in you that I had. That's all the ring needs. Fear is everywhere. The ability to overcome it is rare. You've been overcoming it for years, in a small ugly way. You qualified. Harry closed his hand around the ring. He sat there as the streetlights deepened and the road quieted, and he thought, very carefully, about the shape of his own life and what it had been. He thought about Petunia's hand and the photograph upstairs, and Vernon's boats, and Dudley's bag of crisps, and the boiled potato. He thought, with the unhurried impassive clarity he had learned in the cupboard, about the precise moment in the future at which all of these things would no longer matter. Then he closed his eyes and said, in a small voice, the words that the ring put into his head, the first time it offered them, and a thing he would say a great many times in a great many places, in brightest day. In blackest night. No evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evils might beware my power, Green Lantern's light. The room went briefly green. The ring said, oath registered. Power level, 29%. Recharge pending. Hal said, sleep, kid. Harry slept. When he woke up the morning had come quietly into the small bedroom. The curtain had moved with a draft. A square of pale sun lay on the floor. He sat up, and for a moment he could not remember why his hand was warm. Then he remembered, and the thing that had taken up residence inside him the previous evening adjusted itself in a small contented way, like a cat that had found its corner. He went downstairs. He did not announce himself. In the kitchen, Petunia was at the sink with her back to the door. Vernon was at the table with the paper. Neither of them looked up when he came in. This was usual. What was unusual was that there were 2 plates on the table, Dudley's, set, and a second, also set, with toast and an egg and a half tomato grilled and a glass of orange juice. The second plate had been moved, very precisely, into the place where Harry could most reasonably sit. Harry sat down at the second plate. Petunia did not turn from the sink. She said, to the window, without turning, there's marmalade in the cupboard. That was all. Harry said, thank you. The toast was good. The egg was a little overdone. The orange juice was the cheap kind, but it was orange juice, and there was a glass of it for him, and it was his. In his ear, very faintly, Hal Jordan said, "Atta girl." Outside on Privet Drive a milk float clinked. A dog was being walked by a man in a woolen hat. The sky was the gentle indifferent blue of an English May. The day was beginning. The world had moved a foot to the left while no one was looking, and would never move back. Inside the boy, on his right hand, on a ring as warm as a held breath, a small green light pulsed once and was steady. "Cool head," said Hal. "Hot stick." Harry ate his toast. Across the table, behind the paper, Vernon Dursley, who had drunk too much and slept too little and stared at the kitchen ceiling for an hour at 3 in the morning, rustled the page very precisely so as not to make eye contact with anyone. He did not yell. He did not swear. He did not even read. It would take him many years to be certain of what had happened in the hall, and he would never tell anyone. But he had, in the deep place of himself where men in his architecture do not like to look, met something he could not bend, and he had bent instead, and the bending had been very small and very fast and very final. Harry finished the toast. He drank the orange juice. He thanked Petunia again, who did not turn around. He went outside and sat on the front step and watched the light change on the row of houses opposite, and he thought, with the slow surprised pleasure of a child who has only been allowed pleasure on someone else's terms, that he was going to be all right. In his head the ring kept its quiet ledger. In his head Hal Jordan sat in some unspecific cockpit, hands on the controls, and grinned. The grin Harry would not learn until he was older was the grin of a man who had been very afraid for a great many years and had decided, at some specific time, not to run. Harry put his hand into the patch of sun on the step. The ring caught the light. It bloomed for a half-second, then dimmed. He watched the bloom go and the dim come, and the verdict in his chest, fresh and unfamiliar, was that he had been allowed to keep something. He did not say the oath. He did not need to. He had said it last night. The oath was in the floorboards now. Across the road the postman came. He did not look at Harry. Harry did not look at him. The world transacted itself. 6 years old, on a step, on a street in Surrey, with a marble of light on his finger and a dead pilot's grin in the back of his mind, Harry Potter sat in the sun and breathed in and breathed out and waited for the rest of his life to find him. He stayed on the step until the postman had been and gone. Then he went around the side of the house, into the part of the garden that Vernon called the bins, which was a strip of concrete behind the kitchen window where the wheelie bin lived and where, 3 years previously, Harry had been told to scrub a stain off the wall as a punishment for being 7 minutes late from school. The stain was still there. The grout was still there. Harry stood in front of the stain and looked at it for a moment, because the stain was the kind of object he had been allowed to look at for as long as he liked. Then he held up his hand. A scrub brush bloomed in the air, 2 feet long, bristled, green. It hung politely. Harry pictured, as carefully as he could, the brush moving across the stain. The brush moved across the stain. The stain came away. The wall, when he was done, was the color the wall had been when the wall was new. The ring said, "Construct stable. Power level, 28%. Hal said, "You know it doesn't actually have to be useful. You know that, right?" Harry let the brush dissolve. He sat down on the concrete with his back against the kitchen wall and considered the strip of light coming off the side of the bins and watched a small ant negotiate the lip of the drain. He thought, with a clean and suspicious pleasure, that there was a thing he had never been allowed to do for as long as he could remember, and that he could now, in principle, do it. He could leave. Not leave the way a child runs from a house, with a stick and a hanky tied to the end and 4 sandwiches in the hanky. He could leave the way a person leaves, deliberately, with a destination, on his own legs and his own counsel. He could leave at 6 and he could leave at 7 and he could leave at any year of his life, and the instrument by which he would leave was on his hand, and the instrument did not lie and did not break and did not wait. He didn't have to. He could. Hal said, "You're going to stay." "Yeah," Harry said. "Why?" "Because if I leave now I am 6 and they catch me. Because I am 6 and I know it. Because I do not yet know what the world is. Because the ring is still at 28% and I do not know how to fill it. Because the only person who has ever said anything to me in this house this morning that was true was Petunia, when she said marmalade is in the cupboard, and that is, by some measure, the first true thing she has said to me in 5 years, and I would like to know what is going to happen if I sit through breakfast tomorrow as well." Hal whistled, in his head. It was a whistle of approval. "Kid," Hal said. "You think like a man who's going to be a problem." Harry, who had never thought of himself as a problem before, considered the description and decided he liked it. He sat against the wall and made one more construct, a small green model of an airplane, not the paper kind, an actual fighter, the kind of fighter Hal Jordan had flown in a desert in 1968, with 2 engines and a swept wing and a number on the side. The fighter hovered an inch above his palm and turned slowly, and Harry, looking at it, understood without being told the shape of the cockpit and the position of the throttle and the angle of climb. The fighter had not been his idea. The fighter was Hal's. But Harry was the one holding it, and Harry was the one who would, in time, have to know how to fly it, and the fighter was, in the small green way of the ring, prepared to wait until he did. He let the fighter dissolve. The strip of sun on the wall moved, the way sun did. A starling argued with another starling on the fence. Petunia, in the kitchen, washed up. Vernon, somewhere in the lounge, was beginning the long irritable process of pretending nothing had happened. Dudley, in the hall, was struggling to get into his shoes. Privet Drive transacted itself. Harry sat with his back to the wall and one hand open in the sun and thought, all right. Okay. Let's go. He didn't go anywhere. Not that day. He went inside. He helped Petunia with the dishes, once, badly, drying, and she let him. He read a book Dudley had thrown at him 3 months ago, a thin paperback about a boy who had a horse, and he read it through twice. He ate dinner at the table for the first time in a year. Vernon did not look at him. Petunia did not speak to him. Dudley, seeing the new arrangement and finding it vaguely sinister in a way he could not articulate, said nothing. That night Harry lay in his small bed in his small bedroom on the landing, and he turned the ring on his finger, and he listened to the boiler click and the road quiet and the wind move in the eaves, and he thought, very carefully, about how he was going to spend the next 5 years. He was not going to fight Vernon. Vernon was not the enemy. Vernon was a man who had been small for a long time and would go on being small. The thing Vernon and Petunia were holding from him, the photograph in the drawer, the school where his mother had gone, the world the lantern had crossed dimensions to find him in, was the only thing that mattered. It was the only thing he wanted. And the ring, whatever else it was a key. So he was going to be quiet. He was going to be polite. He was going to do well at school. He was going to ask Petunia, on a Tuesday, not a Sunday, when the moment came, about a woman with red hair. He was going to wait for whatever world had thrown him a power ring through the back of a cupboard to remember it had also thrown him at this house, and to come and collect. In the meantime he was going to get good with the ring. He closed his hand. The lantern symbol pulsed once, twice, and slept. Cool head, Hal whispered. Hot stick. Chapter 2, 5 years quiet. There is a particular discipline available to a child who has been told, in many small ways, that he does not exist. The discipline is to use the not existing. Harry, who at 6 had been a non-existence in service of Vernon's amour propre, was at 11 a non-existence in service of his own. He had spent 5 years not being looked at, and he had used every minute. The garden, the strip of concrete behind the bins, plus the small patch of lawn that Petunia maintained as a hostage to her sense of street rank, was a laboratory. The shed at the back of the lawn, into which Vernon had once entered with a dustpan in 1994 and from which he had emerged with the same dustpan in 1996 having achieved nothing, was Harry's first hangar. He had cleaned it. He had wired its single bulb. He had run the bulb off the ring for as long as the ring tolerated such a frivolity, and then he had unplugged the ring and used the actual extension cord like a professional, because the discipline required not depending on the ring for things ordinary cord could do. By 8 he could fly. Nothing dramatic. He had not been so foolish as to be seen in the air over Surrey. He had taken the construct of a small board, a green-light skateboard the size of his foot, and he had practiced inside the shed, 2 feet up, weaving between the rafters, until the muscle memory of balance was inside his thighs the way a swimmer's stroke is inside his shoulders. By 9 he had moved to the back garden under cover of dark, and by 10 he had taught himself to climb the inside of the shed by spiraling up. By the spring of his 11th year he could lift 100 feet over Privet Drive in the small hours, hover above the chimney pots, and look down at his own neighborhood the way a hawk looks at a field. The construct was a thin oval of green light a hand wider than his shoes. He stood on it as if standing on water that had gone hard. Hal had told him, very early, the trick of it, the trick is not to stand on it, the trick is not to fall, the same way the trick of an aircraft is not to climb but to refuse to descend. Harry refused to descend. He refused with such consistency that descending, when he wanted it, became a thing he had to think about specifically. His range was the village. He had not gone further yet. He was 11 and the world was wide and the ring at his disposal was 28 or 30% on a good week, and he was not yet a fool. He went up at 3 in the morning when the streetlights were dimmest and the sky was largest, and he came back down before the postman was on the road, and he did not let any human being see what he was doing. The cats saw. The owls saw. The owls had begun, in the last winter, to follow him. He did not know why. He had 2 theories. He shelved them. There was a discipline of language as well. He had read everything on the small bookshelf in Dudley's room, read being a word Dudley used in the same way he used the word diet, which is to say as a thing other people did. Harry had read the encyclopedias Vernon kept in the lounge as a status object, A through M, and they had carried him into the next neighborhood small library, where the librarian, a woman named Mrs. Figg's friend Mrs. Holroyd, had made the strategic decision in 1992 to give him a card without consulting his guardians. He had read by torchlight and by ring light and by the dim ash of the street lamp through the curtain, and he had absorbed, in 5 years, a chaotic but voluminous education. History he had taken in the order of the shelves. Physics he had taken in the order of the books that had pictures. Mathematics he had taken slowly and without instruction and had been forced, twice, to put down. Hal Jordan, in his head, had given him pilot mathematics, the mathematics of pitch and yaw and bearing, and that had been enough to convince Harry, by 10, that mathematics was not a dialect of suffering but a dialect of motion. There was a discipline of the body. He had begun, age 7, to do press-ups on the carpet of his small bedroom, not enough to attract attention, only enough to keep the wrist strong. He had taught himself to run by going to school the long way and coming home the long way. He had not become large. He had become, instead, a kind of compact architecture, a small lean instrument tuned to a specific pitch, and at 11 he was the boy nobody at school noticed and nobody at school could keep up with on the back fields when the game's master was distracted. There was a discipline of the eye. He had, very early, decided that he would not be deceived by anyone, ever, again. He had practiced, with unfair persistence, the trick of looking at a face and asking the face, silently, what it was lying about. The face usually told him. He had practiced on Vernon, who lied about everything in the most uninteresting way, on Petunia, whose lies were sharper and more interesting, on Dudley, whose lies were enormous and not really lies, only failures of memory, and, with unease, on the school nurse who had once almost asked him about a bruise and had not. He had said nothing to the nurse. He had not been ready, at 7. By 11 he was ready and the nurse had retired. There had been, in the run of the 5 years, 3 near disclosures. He thought about them often, the way a pilot thinks about 3 particular flights in a long career. The first had been at 7. He had taken the green skateboard out into the back garden one night, and he had been hovering an inch above the lawn, practicing a slow figure 8, and he had looked up and seen a face at the upstairs window of the house behind the Dursleys. The face had been Mrs. Polyphax's. Mrs. Polyphax had been 91. Mrs. Polyphax had stared at him without blinking for the count of 3. Mrs. Polyphax had then drawn the curtain. In the morning, Harry had walked past the house, and Mrs. Polyphax had been at her front gate, and Mrs. Polyphax, as he passed, had said, in a voice as creased as her hands, "Lovely night last night, weren't it?" He had said yes ma'am. Mrs. Polyphax had said, "A boy needs his fresh air," and had gone back to her marigolds. Mrs. Polyphax had died at 93, never having said another word to him. Harry had attended the funeral, alone, in his school blazer, and had stood at the back. The vicar had said Mrs. Polyphax had had no living family. After the funeral Harry had walked home and made the green skateboard and flown it, in the dark, 6 feet above the privet hedges, the long way home, in honor. The second had been at 9, and had been less benign. He had been doing press-ups in the back garden, deep summer, after dark, and a man Harry had not seen had stepped through the gap in the back hedge that Vernon had been meaning to fix for 2 years. The man had been lean, in a long coat for a hot night, with a face the kind of pale that did not happen on Privet Drive. The man had stopped in the lawn and looked at Harry for a long second, and Harry, who was 9 and prone in the grass and unringed because the ring slept on the cabinet at night in those days, had stood up very slowly. The man had said, "You are the boy." Harry had said, "I am a boy." The man had said, "You are the boy." The man had taken out a stick from inside the long coat and the stick had glowed blue. Harry's hand, which had been at his side, had risen, and the ring on the cabinet upstairs in the bedroom had answered, and a sphere of green the size of a beach ball had bloomed around Harry where he stood, even at the distance. The ring was a stubborn instrument and had not yet found a leash long enough to refuse him, and the lean man, who had been doing whatever he had been doing with the stick, had made a noise. The noise had not been a noise of pain. The noise had been a noise of professional surprise. The lean man had looked at the green sphere. The lean man had looked at the boy inside it. The lean man had said, very softly, curious, and had stepped back through the gap in the hedge, and had gone. Harry had stood in the green sphere for a long time. He had told no one. He had not even told Hal, in the small particular way one does not tell oneself. The next morning the gap in the hedge had been mended by Vernon, who had a sudden, unaccountable urge with a spool of fence wire. Harry had let him. The third had been at 10, at school, and had been Dennis McGuire, and had been, by the standard of these things, dull. He had thought, after Mrs. Polifax and the lean man and Dennis McGuire, that he understood the rules well enough. The rules were, do not be seen by the wrong eyes, if the wrong eyes see you, do not flinch, the wrong eyes will, if you do not flinch, draw their own conclusions, and the conclusions will be more useful to you than any explanation you would have made. This was Hal Jordan's rule, a pilot's rule, a rule he had been taught by a man who had, at 15, walked out of an interrogation by a high school principal by means of saying nothing for 40 minutes. Harry had used it in 3 places. He believed in it. There was, finally, the discipline of waiting. Hal had said, in the first weeks, kid, the world that made me has a way of finding its own. Whatever made you is going to find you. You don't go looking. You make yourself good enough that when it comes you don't get used. You do that with patience. You do that with not blowing your cover. Harry had not blown his cover. He had not used the ring at school. Not once. Not even when Dennis McGuire had tried, 3 Octobers in a row, to flush his head down the sinks, and he had instead, without ring, without anything, stepped sideways at the precise angle one stepped sideways from an oncoming knee, and Dennis had hit the porcelain, and Dennis had stopped trying after that, and the school nurse had said carefully, did Harry do anything to him, and Harry had said no, ma'am, he tripped, and that had been the end of Dennis McGuire. He had used physics. He had used Hal's reflexes. He had not used the ring. He had not used the ring on the Dursleys either, after the first night. The first night had been the deal. He kept the deal. They kept the deal. Their part of the deal was very narrow. They did not lock the door of the cupboard, which he no longer slept in, they did not lift hand to him, they did not call him by his name, but they did not call him boy in the absolute proprietary way they had called him boy before. They called him you. They called him him. Petunia, on a Tuesday 2 summers ago, had called him Harry by accident, and had blanched, and had said no more for the rest of the day. Vernon had not called him anything in 3 years. It was a household that worked the way a treaty between 2 old enemies works. They disliked each other. They did not interfere. In the small bedroom, the one he had taken on the first night when he had been 6, Harry sat at the desk under the window and opened his book. The book was a thin one, on Roman roads, return to the library tomorrow. He read 4 pages. His eyes wandered. He looked out at Privet Drive. Privet Drive in late July had the heavy listless look of a road that had not had a thought in a long time. The hedges were trim. The cars were waxed. The owls, 3 of them, today, on the chimney across the way, were unusual, even by the standard of the last winter. Hal said, in the back of his head, you see them. I see them. You're going to get a letter today. I know. You don't know. You hope. Harry, who hoped, did not argue with Hal. The letter came at the start of breakfast, on a Wednesday, in a fistful with the rest of the post. Vernon, who had taken the post and was sorting it at the table with the expression of a man defusing landmines, picked the letter up by one corner and looked at it, and his neck began to do the thing. Boy. Yes, Uncle Vernon. There is a Petunia. Petunia, at the sink, did not turn. There is a letter, for, Harry held out his hand. It is, he said, evenly, addressed to me. Vernon, whose entire moral architecture had collapsed in 1996 and had been propped up by a series of small invisible green struts ever since, set the letter down on the table and slid it, with the very tip of his finger, across the pine. He did not look at Harry. He did not look at Petunia. He picked up his paper and put it between himself and the kitchen and turned the page without reading. Harry took the letter. The paper was thick. The ink was green. The seal was wax with a coat of arms he had not seen but had read about, lion, eagle, badger, snake, and he turned it over, slowly, twice, and opened it with one thumbnail. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dear Mr. Potter, the letter began, we are pleased to inform you, it had begun. He read the letter through. He read the second sheet, which was a list. He read the third sheet, which was an instruction about an owl reply. He folded the 3 sheets back into the envelope. He put the envelope in his pocket. He picked up his toast. He ate the toast. Petunia turned, finally, from the sink. She had not turned in 5 years at breakfast for him. She turned now. Her face had the specific arrangement that Harry had learned long ago meant that she was going to say something true. That, she said, is not for you. They will have made a mistake. Aunt Petunia. That is for, she did not name the dead, that is not for our house. I am of your house. Petunia's mouth made the shape of an answer and let the answer go. I will go, Harry said, gently. You knew I was going to go. She said nothing. Vernon, behind the paper, made a noise that was the noise of a beached thing. Dudley, at the other end of the table with his second helping, said, Where's he going, and was ignored. Harry finished the toast. He drank his orange juice. He got up. He folded his napkin and laid it across his plate the way Petunia had taught him in year 1, when teaching him such things had still been a small unhappy duty. He went up to his room. He took out a piece of paper from the drawer where he kept paper, and a pen. He wrote, in his neat slanted hand, the reply. I will be there. He paused over the signature. He thought about Hal in his head and Hal said, Sign your real name, kid. The whole one. Harry James Potter. He folded the letter into thirds. He took it to the window. He opened the window. He held the letter out into the still hot air of the back garden, 2 stories above the bins. An owl came down out of nothing as if it had been told to. It took the letter neatly. It went away. It did not look back. Harry closed the window. He sat down on the edge of the bed. In the back of his head, Hal Jordan, in a voice that was, by this point in their cohabitation, a great deal quieter than it had been in the first month, said, Now, kid. Now we go. The man who came for him 3 days later was the largest man Harry had ever stood within 10 feet of. He did not arrive at the front door. He arrived at the back door, because the front door was the one Petunia kept polished, and the back door was the one used by the gas man and the boy who delivered the boxes Vernon ordered from a catalog he did not let his wife see. The man knocked on the back door with one hand and the back door rattled. Petunia had been in the lounge with Dudley. Vernon had been at work. Harry had been at the kitchen table, reading. He opened the door. The man on the step was taller than the door. He bent. He looked at Harry. He had eyes that, even under brows like ash-tipped firewood, were small and wet and merry and a little wild. Last time I seen ya, the man said, ya was a baby. Harry, who had been preparing for this moment for 5 years, was prepared, but not for the size. He inclined his head. You be Hagrid. Rubeus, said the man, bowing as much as a man of that size bowed. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Ye got my letter, then. I got both. Both? The instruction. And the list. Hagrid blinked. Then Hagrid laughed. Hagrid's laugh shook the back step. Petunia, in the lounge, pretended not to have heard it. "Yerry a polite one," Hagrid said. "I was warned about that." "Were you?" "By Albus. Said yet be, well, never mind what he said. Yerry to come to Diagon Alley with me, today, get your things. I'll have ye back here by supper time. I'll fetch my coat." He fetched his coat. He told Petunia, in the lounge, where he was going, in the same flat sentence he had used the time he had told her he was going to the library. Petunia did not look up from the television. She nodded, once, and did not turn her head. Dudley, on the carpet, said, "Where's he going?" and got no answer. Harry walked back to the back door. Hagrid was waiting on the step. Hagrid was also surveying the back garden, the trim square of grass, the bins, the shed, with the eye of a man looking at a thing that did not match the description he had been given. "Yeah, been all right, then, Harry." "I've been all right." "Yeah, look, well." "Yeah, look," Hagrid trailed off. Hagrid had been told a thing about how Harry would look. Harry, by a small instrument in his head he had been sharpening for 5 years, read the shape of the disappointment without trouble. They had told Hagrid he would find a small frightened boy. They had told Hagrid he would find a child, a project, a lamb. Hagrid was looking at a small contained 11-year-old who had opened the door, given his name, and asked if he might fetch his coat. "Let on," said Harry. Hagrid led on. The journey to Diagon Alley was a thing of wonder and Harry kept his wonder behind the line of his teeth where wonder lived and did not give it away. He had heard about everything he saw. He had read for 5 years on the shelves of a library where the cataloging system had been, in patches, very strange, and he had developed theories. The leaky cauldron, the brick wall, the crowd in the pub that turned to him when Hagrid said his name and made the half-bow that crowds make when they have rehearsed something, he took it all in and did not, except in the smallest way, smile. There would be time to smile later. At Gringotts the goblin at the counter looked up from a ledger and across the foyer at him and stopped writing. "Mr. Potter," said the goblin. Then again, more thoughtfully. "Mr. Potter." "Sir," said Harry. Hagrid, who had been intending to do the talking, opened his mouth and closed it. "You have an account with us," said the goblin. "Established 1979. Vault 687. We are pleased to be of service." He paused. He considered the pause. He said, "We have 7 items in safe keeping for you, beyond the gold. Did you know?" "I had hoped," said Harry. The goblin smiled. It was the smile a goblin permitted itself in the presence of a customer who had been warned to be a fool and had turned out not to be. Down to the vault. The cart ride was a cart ride. The vault opened. The vault contained a great heap of gold, silver, and bronze, which was less interesting to Harry than the small wooden box on the shelf at the back, which the goblin took down with the gravity of a librarian descending a ladder, and laid before him, and opened. In the box, on a velvet pad, was a folded letter, sealed. The letter said, on the outside, in his mother's hand, "For my son, when he is old enough." Harry took the letter. He did not open it. He put it in the inside pocket of his coat, against the warmth of his ribs, where Hagrid's eye did not reach. There were other things in the box. A photograph, a young woman with red hair, a young man with messy hair. A ring, gold, plain, his father's. A small pouch with a wand tip in it that the goblin said was a piece of his father's first wand, broken in a duel his father had once told the family was funny. And, underneath all of this, lying on the bottom of the box like the floor of a thing, a green coin. It was the size of a 50-pence piece. It had no markings. It glowed, faintly, in the way the ring on his hand glowed. The goblin had not noticed it. The goblin was not looking. The coin was lined up exactly with the velvet, and the velvet, by some old goblin convention, was the same dim green as the coin in the dark of the vault, and it did not stand out unless you knew what color it should be. Harry took the coin. He did not say anything. He pocketed it. In his head, the ring spoke, in its metal ruler voice, power signature, battery fragment. Acquisition complete. Reservoir capacity, increased by 9%. In his head, Hal Jordan, very quietly, said, "Whatever your dad was, kid, he was a man who knew people who knew people." Harry closed the box. "Thank you," he said to the goblin. The goblin bowed. They went up. They went out. They walked down Diagon Alley in the high heat of a wizarding summer, and Hagrid, who had been told that his job today was to be a cushion for a frightened boy, was reduced to walking 3 paces behind a small calm figure in a black coat, watching the back of the small calm figure read shop fronts at the rate at which the small calm figure had been reading library shelves for a long time. They bought a cauldron. They bought scales. They bought a telescope. They bought 5 pounds of phoenix dragon liver something or other that Hagrid said was for a man Hagrid knew. They bought Harry's robes at Madame Malkin's, where there was already a boy on the second stool with the kind of expensive haircut that boys his age wore as armor. The boy looked at Harry with the expression of a boy who had been told that he was important. Harry looked at the boy with the expression of a boy who had spent 5 years deciding what was and what was not worth his attention, and had, by training, ranked the boy correctly the moment he opened his mouth. "I'm Malfoy," the boy said. "Draco Malfoy." "And you?" "Potter." "Harry Potter." The boy's face moved. Through several expressions in succession. Surprise. Calculation. A correction. A new strategy. He had been raised on a diet of one expectation and the expectation had just left the room, and he was, at 11, not yet good enough at this game to recover quickly. "I see," the boy said, slowly. "Well, my father says, your father," said Harry, "can keep his sayings." He said it without venom. He said it with the tone of a person closing a book politely. He turned to face the mirror so that Madame Malkin could pin the hem. Draco Malfoy, behind him in the mirror, opened his mouth and closed it and did not, in the end, find anything to put in it. Harry, in the mirror, watched his own pupils do nothing. Hal, in his head, said, "Easy. He's a kid. He's 11 and he's got no muscle. Don't break him on the first day." "I'm not going to break him." "Then what?" Harry watched his own face in the mirror. He thought, "I am going to be in this castle with this boy for 7 years. I am going to share air and corridors and tables. I am going to be near him at games and at dinners and at the point of swords. He is going to spend the first month telling people what he was told to think of me. The longer I let him talk before he meets me the louder he gets. So I am meeting him now. I am giving him no opening. I am standing very still and being uninteresting to him in the most interesting possible way." He turned his head a fraction. "Mr. Malfoy." "Yes. I look forward to seeing you in classes." Madame Malkin, who had been pinning, made a small sound that was the sound of an old woman remembering she had not been bored at her own counter in some time. They went on. At Ollivander's the old man behind the counter knew his name without being told. He had the eyes Harry was used to, the eyes of a man who had been present at things and had remembered what he had seen. He took down boxes. He had Harry try wands. The first 3 wands were wrong in 3 precise different ways. The 4th wand was wrong in a way that was almost right. The 5th wand was right. 11 inches, said Mr. Ollivander, very softly. Holly. Phoenix feather. Curious. Curious. The brother of this wand, gave you that scar. Harry had heard about the scar from Hagrid in the cart on the way in. He had not yet decided what to do about the knowledge. He listened. Curious indeed, Mr. Ollivander said. He was looking at Harry's hand. He had noticed, finally, the second instrument on the 3rd finger. The lantern symbol caught the light and caught Mr. Ollivander's eye. "That," Mr. Ollivander said. "May I?" Harry held up his hand. Mr. Ollivander did not touch the ring. He looked at it for a long moment with the look of a wand-maker who had, in 70 years of trade, met with some unaccountable instruments and recognized, in this one, the absence of his own kind of authorship. "That is not," Mr. Ollivander said, slowly, "mine. Or any colleagues." "No, sir. It is, very old. And very, elsewhere." "Yes, sir." Mr. Ollivander's eyes narrowed. He let out a breath that was not surprise but was kin to surprise. "Mr. Potter," he said. "The wand will know what to do with the company you keep. The wand chooses the wizard. You will find that this wand, in your hand, will amplify. Take care." "I will, sir." Mr. Ollivander wrapped the wand in tissue. He took Harry's 7 galleons. He bowed, slightly, in the way old craftsmen bowed when their hands had touched a piece they suspected they would later, in private, dwell on. They went out into the alley. Hagrid, in the alley, said, Yeah, got something on your hand." "Yeah, always had it." "For 5 years." Hagrid's eyebrows knitted. Hagrid did not, at this point, ask. Hagrid was not a man for whom asking was the natural mode in the matter of strange artifacts. Hagrid was a man for whom strange artifacts were either pets or trouble, and either was best left alone. He filed the ring under "not now" and went on. They had one more stop. Hagrid had said, near the end of their list, that he wanted to get Harry a present. Harry had said, politely, that this was not necessary. Hagrid had said it was. Hagrid had taken him into the Aesop's Owl Emporium, and Harry had stood in front of the cages of owls, which were, he found, the most patient creatures he had met, and there had been an owl on the 5th shelf, snowy as a tablecloth in winter, who had turned her head 180 degrees and looked at him with eyes that had read everything. Said Harry. "Yeah, got it," said Hagrid. Harry named the owl on the way out. He called her Hedwig because he had read the name in Mrs. Holroyd's Book of Roman Saints and had liked the sound of it. The owl agreed. The owl agreed in the way owls agreed, which was to bite his ear, gently, exactly once. They went back to Privet Drive. Hagrid set him down on the front step at 6:30 and bowed very slightly and said, "See ya on the 1st, then." King's Cross. Platform, 9 3/4, Albus said, "Yet find. That'll make sense to ya in the morning." "It already does," said Harry. Hagrid laughed his shaking laugh again. Hagrid said, "Yeah, take care of yourself, lad. And yeah, tell your aunt and uncle if they don't put you through that wall I'll come and see them." He winked. He went away the long way, back to the road and the bus and whatever vehicle a man of his size used to get from a Surrey suburb to wherever Hagrid stayed at night. Harry went into the house. He set his bags in the small bedroom. He fed Hedwig a piece of bacon he had taken from the breakfast tin. He laid the wand on the desk under the window and looked at it for a long time. Then he took out the box from the inside pocket of his coat and set it next to the wand. He took out the green coin. He laid it next to the box. The green coin and the ring on his finger pulsed once at each other across the desk like two old acquaintances whose first words to each other were a small amused recognition. He took out his mother's letter. He did not open it. He set the letter against the wall behind the desk, and he laid one hand over the letter, and he sat very still. He did not open it because he had decided, on the train of his mind earlier in the day, that he would not open it tonight in this house. The letter would be opened in a place that was his, a place that had no Vernon in it. He could wait. He had been waiting for 5 years. A letter could wait 6 weeks more. Hal said, in the back of his head, smart. Petunia, downstairs, was making tea. He could hear the kettle. He could hear, also, a dialogue she was conducting with herself in murmurs in the kitchen, which she had been conducting in murmurs for a fortnight, since the first owl had been on the chimney across the way. He did not eavesdrop. He had decided long ago not to eavesdrop on Petunia. Petunia, of all of them, had given him toast. He sat under the window and watched the light go. The wand was holly and the ring was, Hal had told him, composite alloy, own. The two instruments, side by side on the desk in the dim, had nothing visibly to do with each other. The wand was an inert piece of timber. The ring was a piece of green machined metal with the lantern symbol tooled into the face. They did not, by any taxonomy, belong together. He picked them both up. He held the wand in his left hand and the ring in its place on his right hand, and he did, very gently, the thing the ring had taught him to do, the thing that was, by now, as unconscious as breathing, the small clean intent of build. He built the airplane. The first construct. Because it was the construct that had taught him. The airplane bloomed. It flew the room. It moved as it had moved on the first night, but more steadily, and with an additional quality the room had not seen before. There was, around the edges of the airplane, a faint silver thread, the color of moonlight on water. The silver had not been there last week. The silver was not the rings. The silver was the wand's. He flicked the wand a fraction. The airplane did a slow inverted barrel roll. It had not done a slow inverted barrel roll in 5 years of practice. It had not, until this moment, been able to. He had been, 2 years ago, working very hard at the maneuver and had concluded, with the ring at 31%, that the maneuver was unsuited to the ring's energy budget at his current skill. Now the maneuver took less juice than the airplane had taken to fly straight and level the first night. He flicked the wand again. The airplane became a long thin biplane. The biplane became an emerald falcon. The falcon became a long, narrow, perfectly tailored lance with a green flag at its butt. The ring said, very calmly, construct stable. Power level, 41%. 41. He had been at 28 at the start of the day. The wand was more than a wand. The wand and the ring, in him, made a circuit. The wand drew on a different reservoir, the reservoir Mrs. Holroyd's books had taught him to call magic, the reservoir that Diagon Alley was built on, the reservoir his mother had had, and the ring took the reservoir as fuel. Hal Jordan, in his head, said, holy. Harry, who had, for 5 years, kept all his wondering behind his teeth, did not in this case keep it. He laughed, once, the short surprised laugh of the cupboard, and the laugh was older than it had been then but not by much. The lance dissolved. The room was dim again. The wand, in his left hand, was a piece of holly. The ring, on his right, was a marble of green light. They sat in his palms and did not touch and did not need to. He set them back down. He went downstairs and ate his dinner. He went to bed at 10, the way he had gone to bed at 10 every night for 2 years. He turned the lamp off. He set the wand on the bedside cabinet. He closed his hand on the ring. 6 weeks, he thought. 6 weeks. Then I begin. In 6 weeks, on the 1st of September, on the platform at King's Cross, between 2 stone columns with an iron number above each, Harry James Potter was going to walk through a wall and into the world that had thrown a power ring through dimensions to find him. He fell asleep without saying the oath. He had said it in the bones of the floor a long time ago. Cool head, Hal said in his ear. Hot stick. I'll be quieter from here on out, kid. I'll miss you, Harry said. Yeah, Hal said, in a voice that was already further away. Yeah. But I'll be in. I'll be in when you fly. Harry slept. The owl on the windowsill, Hedwig, who had been brought into the house 6 hours earlier and had been told, by the small posture of the boy on the bed, exactly what kind of household this had been and what kind of person she had attached herself to, ruffled her wings once and tucked her head under and stood guard. Out in the road, on Privet Drive, the streetlights came up. The hedges did not move. A cat watched another cat. Petunia, in the kitchen, sat with her hands round a cup of tea and did not drink it. In the small bedroom under the eaves, the boy with the ring on his right hand and the wand on his cabinet and the unread letter in the drawer turned once in his sleep and breathed out. The summer ended. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Hogwarts and the power battery platform 9 3/4 did not, on a first inspection, do anything an English railway platform did not do. There were people in coats. There was a tannoy that crackled. There was a tea trolley that lacked the will to live. There was an iron pillar between platforms 9 and 10 which had been waiting some long time for a particular kind of luggage to come through it. Harry, with Hedwig in her cage on the top of his trunk and the trunk on a trolley and the trolley pushed by his own hands and not Vernon's, Vernon had dropped him at the curb and driven off without a word, walked at the pillar with the calm acceleration of a person testing a lock he already knew was open. The brick gave the way water gives to a swimmer. The other side was loud and red. There was a great steam locomotive on the rails. There were boys in robes. There were trolleys higher than himself. There were owls in cages and frogs in jars and a girl with a tabby cat on her shoulder and an older boy in a prefect's badge selling biscuits to a smaller boy without his knowledge. Hal, in the back of his head, said, "Whoa." Harry agreed. He found a compartment near the back. He was not a handshaker, he was not, in any case, a person who introduced himself first. He sat by the window with Hedwig on the rack above him and watched the platform empty. 2 compartments down, a tall pale boy with a haircut that cost more than the Dursleys' fridge, the same boy from Madame Malkin's, was standing in the corridor with 2 bigger boys behind him whose faces had not, by either nature or schooling, been finished. The pale boy was looking up and down the train. Harry watched him through the gap of his door without interest. The pale boy turned and saw him. The pale boy began to walk down the corridor. Hal said, "Easy. Easy." The pale boy slid the door of Harry's compartment open 3 inches. He did not come in. He held the door at 3 inches the way a man holds a meeting at 3 minutes, with maximum signaling and minimum commitment. "Potter. Malfoy. You haven't said hello to anyone yet." "I checked. I haven't. The other houses are going to be a disappointment to you." "Are they?" "I know everyone. I can save you the trouble." "I imagine you can." "Thank you. I beg your pardon." "I imagine you can save me the trouble." "Thank you. I'd rather not be saved. I have my own appointments to keep." The pale boy stood at the door of the compartment. He had, in his head, 2 scripts. Both were now off track. He had not been raised on a diet of thank yous from boys he was condescending to. He blinked twice and pulled the door shut, and walked down the corridor with the upright stiff bearing of a small lord whose page had failed to fetch his wine. Hal, in his head, said, "You don't even let them sweat, do you?" Harry did not answer. He took out his book. The book was a pocket Latin grammar he had pulled off Mrs. Holroyd's shelf, marked 4 for 4 pence, and he had, by his 11th birthday, internalized a grammar he was now using as a private finger exercise. He read. The compartment door slid open. The girl from the platform, the tabby cat had become a girl in the meantime, or possibly a different girl, was in the doorway. She was 12 at the most and was already, by the testimony of her tone, the smartest child in 3 rooms. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost a toad." "Not in here." "May I come in?" "I've been told I'm to find people." "He's quite upset." "Of course." She was Hermione Granger. She told him so before sitting down. She told him several other things. She had read all the set books and a number of the unset ones. She had practiced one charm on the train and had, she said, made her teeth shine, which was hardly the point. She had a satchel. The satchel had 4 notebooks, 3 pens, a tin of pencils, and a bookmark which moved on its own. He answered her questions in the right order. He gave her name back when she asked for it. He did not, at any point, tell her his. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said. "And you are?" "Harry." "Harry, what?" He looked at her. He looked at her the way he had looked at Draco Malfoy. Not as a closed book. As a book that was, in his judgment, going to be much more interesting in the next chapter than it currently was. Potter. Her face moved. It moved in the way Draco's had not moved, not toward calculation but toward correction. She took the information, processed it, set it on a small high shelf inside her head, and turned back to the immediate problem of the toad. It pleased him. It was, he thought, the first piece of evidence he had ever met that the world contained a kind of person whose interest in him was not going to be in the wrong place. He was 11. His pleasures were small. A red-haired boy slid the door open 10 minutes later. The red-haired boy had been stuffed into hand-me-down robes and looked at the compartment with the immediate cataloging eye of a youngest brother. He had a smudge of something on his nose. He had a rat in a paper bag. Anyone here? Mind if bloody hell, I'm Harry. You're Harry. You're Harry Potter. Look at you've got, the scar. I've got the scar. Hermione, looking up from a paragraph in Hogwarts, a history, said, with the tone of a person who had just realized she had been polite for the wrong reason, you're him. Yes. Bloody hell, said the red-haired boy. He sat down. He sat down with the flop of a person who was relieved to find a seat. He had, on close inspection, very kind eyes. Are you mental? He said, on instinct. Then he said, sorry, I'm not mental. I just meant, I've got 6 brothers. You're the only Harry Potter I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley. Ron Weasley. The trolley came. Ron Weasley reached into a pocket and took out 2 squashed sandwiches, a sad piece of corned beef in waxed paper, and went, briefly, the color of his hair. Harry took out the small pouch of coins Hagrid had given him from the vault, the smaller pouch from Petunia's housekeeping which she had not given him but which had been left on his desk that morning, and bought everything on the trolley. He divided it on the bench between the 3 of them and did not make a moment of it. They ate. Outside the window, hills came. Harry looked at the hills. The ring on his right hand pulsed, once, in a small private way that it had not pulsed in 5 years of cupboards and gardens. The ring said, in Harry's head and Harry's head alone, battery proximity, detected. Range, estimated 48 kilometers and decreasing. Acquisition path, ahead, slightly north. Hal said, "Atta girl." Harry watched the hills. The boats from Hogsmeade Station to the school were small and took 4 to a boat, and they crossed a black lake under a sky that had been arranged by professionals. The castle, when it came up out of the dark, was not a castle in the way of book illustrations, it was a castle in the way of long teaching and long argument, with windows lit on 1,000 small private problems. Harry, in his boat, with Ron at his shoulder and Hermione opposite in a boat that had Neville and his recovered toad, did not look at the castle the way the others looked at the castle. He looked at the castle the way a navigator looks at a destination on the horizon. In his right hand the ring had begun, very faintly, to hum. It hummed a different hum than the hum it had hummed in the alley and in the garden. It was the hum of an instrument that had located, in the surrounding terrain, a tone that matched. The Sorting Hat was a hat with a slit and a brim. It was old. It was tired. It had spent 1,000 years at this. It had heard nearly everything and had developed, in consequence, no preferences and a great many opinions. It had been put on the heads of children who had not opened their mouths and had told them their full names and their grandfathers' deaths. When McGonagall set it on Harry's head it was, by the standard of hats, busy. Said the hat. Yes, said Harry. You are not, the hat said, slowly, what I was led to expect. That seems, Harry thought, to be the going theme of my evening. The hat made a noise somewhere between a chuckle and a clearing of dust. There is more than one in here. There is, said Harry. There is the boy. There is a man. There is, what is this, beneath you, this, green? A ring, said Harry. I do not, the hat said, after a moment, like rings. Most things don't. The hat made the chuckle-dust noise again. You have a problem of houses. I imagine I do. The man in your head was a brave one. The boy in your seat is a clever one. The green beneath you is a willful one. I have a house for all of them. I have, by some old quarrel, no house for the fusion. Tell me what you want, Mr. Potter, and I will see. I want, said Harry, simply, a place where the people can keep up. The hat thought about it. That is, the hat said, an answer. You haven't told me what you'd give me. I'd give you Slytherin. Why? Because, the hat said, the boy is ambitious in a quiet way and the man inside him knows what to do with ambition. Because the green beneath you is a willful color and willful colors do well in Slytherin's pond. Because, Mr. Potter, if you sat under that snake you would, by your 14th year, be running it. And it would not, the hat said, be a good thing for the school. I see. Therefore, said the hat, I will give you the next best. The next best. Gryffindor. The hat said the last word out into the hall, and the table on the far left, the table with the lions on the banners and the Weasley brothers in their 5th-year robes and Hermione already sitting at the end where she had been sorted earlier and was watching him, erupted. He took the hat off. He laid it gently on the stool. He walked, with the moderate pace of a boy who had decided neither to run nor to dawdle, to the table with the lions, and he sat down opposite Hermione and beside Ron, who had not yet been called. At the high table, behind the headmaster, a thin pale-faced man with black hair and a black robe and a profile like a bookmark that had been folded twice was watching him. The man's eyes did not blink. The man was Snape, Hagrid had named him, in the alley, with a face. The man did not stop looking at Harry until the next student had been called, and even then his looking was, in some small way, ongoing, the way a clock keeps time after you have stopped looking at the clock. Hal said, in the back of his head, that guy is going to be a problem. That guy, said Harry, in his head, has read me badly. Let him. The first weeks of school went by with the speed of weeks that had work in them. Hogwarts was a building that had decided, in the 9th century, to be a personality, and had been at it long enough that the personality had become weather. The staircases were people. The portraits were colleagues. The kitchens were a small good country at the bottom. Harry, who had learned the shape of every room of a house in Surrey by being forbidden to enter most of them, learned the shape of every corridor of a castle in the Highlands by walking it at 6 in the morning before the rest of the school had come down to breakfast. By the 3rd week he could find any classroom he had been told the name of in under 90 seconds, including the dungeons. By the 4th he had marked, in a small notebook he kept inside the lining of his trunk, the location of the battery. The battery. It was not, when he first found it, a thing one could easily mistake. It was buried 20 meters down in a hollow of bedrock under the bottom of the Forbidden Forest, near a clearing the centaurs called, in their old language, the Singing Place. The earth above it was thin and sweet. The forest, at that point, breathed in at a rate that did not match the rest of the forest. Harry knew because he had been to the clearing on the 2nd weekend, by the simple expedient of walking out at dusk along a path Hagrid had told him not to take, with the ring up to a power level that could lift him 100 feet over the canopy if necessary, and a wand under his cloak. He had, by this point in his life, the trick of walking into places no one wanted him to walk into. He had not gone down into the rock. He had stood in the clearing and watched the ring on his hand pulse in a slow steady rhythm, the rhythm of a thing that had, at last, located its source. The ring had said, in its metal ruler voice, battery proximity, confirmed. Battery state, dormant. Battery containment, organic, earth magic, secondary. Acquisition, not advisable without preparation. What does that mean? Harry had asked. It means, the ring had said, that someone hid me below my own battery. It means that I was given a wearer first, and then place to be found. It means that a person who knew what they were doing put the battery down to my pull and sent me out to find a host who would, in the natural course of things, come here. The host came. I came with him. The battery is below us. We are home. Who? Harry had asked. Records at this depth, incomplete. Hal, in his head, had not spoken, and had not spoken for some seconds, and when he had spoken had said, in a voice with the hush of a man who had been told a thing he had only suspected, "Kid. Whoever brought the ring through brought it for you." Specifically. Harry, in the clearing, with the ring at 68%, a number it had not been at in 5 years, had stood for a long time and watched the canopy above him stir without wind. That night he had walked out of the forest and back to the castle. He had not gone down to the rock. He had decided, alone, on the path, that he would go down to the battery only after he had earned it. The ring had said acquisition not advisable without preparation. He took preparation seriously. He was going to be prepared. He was going to be prepared in a way that did not, when he stood under the stone, leave anything to chance. He spent 6 weeks preparing. He read, in the library, every book he could find that mentioned a green light older than wands. He found 4 references and 3 of them were footnotes. He read, in a back room of the library that had been opened by a librarian in a cardigan who had recognized him by his hair, a small book in a language no one read which had on its title page the lantern symbol he wore on his ring. He could not read the language. He took it to Hermione. Hermione, who at 12 already knew 6 languages by sight and the alphabets of 4 more, looked at the title and said, very slowly, "This is older than Wand Latin. This is older than Rune Norse. Where did you find this?" "I found it." "Where, Harry?" "The restricted section on a shelf no one is using." "That isn't an answer." "I know." She had looked at him then, in the way of a girl who had been deciding for 2 months whether to be cross with him about being cleverer than he let on or to be cross with herself about the same thing in herself, and had said, in the end, the line she would say several times over the next 7 years, "Harry, when this is over, you have to tell me everything." "I will," he had said. "I'll tell you everything you want. Don't make promises." "I'm not. I'm telling you how this works." She had blinked. She had taken the book to a desk. She had translated, for him, the title and the first 2 chapter headings and 3 lines of the prologue, with a face that did not change, and at the end of an hour she had sat back and looked at him. "It is a manual," she said. "For what?" "For an instrument. An instrument that runs on willpower. The book is a teaching book. It says here, on the 3rd page, that the instrument was given to a man, in this country, whose name is, wait, I will need a dictionary. A man here. In Britain. The book is in Britain. The instrument may or may not be. It depends on what you mean by here." Harry, who had worn the instrument on his finger for 5 years, did not interrupt. He took the book back when she had finished. He thanked her. He returned to the table by the window where Ron was beating Seamus at chess. He did not, that evening, tell Hermione what he had on his hand. He told her 3 days later, in the empty Charms classroom, by the simple expedient of opening his palm and constructing a small green raven on the windowsill in front of her and saying, without ceremony, "You said you wanted to know." She had not screamed. She had not gasped. She had, after a long quiet inhalation, said, "Hello." The raven had cocked its head. Hermione had said, "You're not an animal." The raven had said, in the ring's metal ruler voice, faintly, "Construct stable." Hermione had laughed. It was a small surprised laugh, and the laugh had been, on Hermione, the first time he had heard a laugh from her that was not the laugh of a girl trying to manage a class. Then she had said, very precisely, "Harry. We have a problem." "What?" "If you have an instrument that runs on willpower, you have an instrument that runs on the kind of energy that, there are people in this castle who will read it on you. There is a teacher in this castle who is reading it on you already." "I know." "You know Snape." She nodded. She nodded the way Hermione nodded when an examination question had gone in the way she had expected. "More than Snape," she said. There is something in the third-floor corridor that the headmaster, in his welcoming speech, said no one was to enter on pain of a most painful death, and there is a turban with an underthing that I have, twice this week, seen turn its head before its owner did, and there is a sound at the back of my left ear when I am near him I do not have a word for. That, in my book, is also reading you. Quirrell. Yes. Harry sat down on a desk. He looked at her. He thought, I have a friend. He had not, in 11 years of life, until a 3-day translation in the library, had a friend. It was a strange small specific addition to the inventory. He said, we need to know what is in the third-floor corridor. And we need to know what is in Quirrell. And we need to know whether they are the same thing. How? I have a way of finding out about the corridor. The corridor is mine. I will go tonight. Harry, I won't take you. Not until we know what we're walking into. I have a ring. A ring. She made a noise that was not quite a sigh. She made the noise of a girl who was, against her better judgment, in. What is in the corridor was, he learned at midnight, a dog the size of a small hut, with 3 heads, and the dog was guarding a trapdoor, and the trapdoor was a door the size of a dining table, and the door, when he constructed a thin green probe to slide between its planks and around the lock, opened on a chamber lined with what Hermione would identify the next morning as Devil's Snare. He had not gone down. He had not opened the door. He had said, in his small private cataloging voice, so that is the path. He had gone home. What is in Quirrell was harder. He had learned it in the 3rd week, in the corridor outside Defense Against the Dark Arts, when Quirrell had passed him in the corridor and the ring on his hand had spoken in the metal ruler voice and said, in a register Harry had not heard from it before, yellow signature detected. Source, subject Quirrell. Containment, passive. Configuration, parasitic, fragmentary. Power level, under 5%. Threat assessment, increasing. In his head Hal had said, in a voice that had the special professional quiet of a pilot reading a fuel gauge that does not look right, that is a Sinestro signature. Yellow ring fragment. Or fear resonance from 1. We have, kid, an old enemy in this castle. How small a fragment? Small. 5%. But growing. Harry had walked past Quirrell without breaking stride. He had said, evenly, good morning, Professor. Quirrell had said, GG good Emma morning, P. Potter, in the exact key in which Quirrell said good morning to everyone. The key was wrong by some small fraction of a tone. Harry had heard the wrong fraction. Harry had been in school for 4 weeks. He had been at Hogwarts for 4 weeks and he had located the battery, identified an enemy, made a friend, and learned the precise voice in which his defense teacher said good morning. He had not yet flown a broom. Snape had begun, in the 2nd week of potions, to test him. The tests were small and dry and not advertised as tests. Snape had asked, on a Wednesday, what Harry would get if he added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood, and Harry, who had read all 4 set books before September, had said, the draught of living death, sir. Snape had asked, and where would he look if he was told to fetch a bezoar, and Harry had said, the stomach of a goat. Snape had asked, and what was the difference, between monkshood and wolfsbane, and Harry had said, none, sir, they are the same plant, also known as aconite. Snape had said, in the long flat way of a man delivering a verdict to a courtroom, 5 points to Gryffindor, Mr. Potter, for being prepared. 5 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Potter, for being prepared in the wrong way. The class, in 19 years of Snape, had not previously witnessed an exchange in which the points had cancelled out by design. The class, in this case, had laughed once, very softly, and Snape had not stopped looking at Harry for the rest of the period. Harry had not looked back. He had stirred his cauldron the regulation 7 times anti-clockwise and 1.5 times clockwise, and at the end of the lesson, when Snape had walked the room, Snape had stopped at his desk, and Snape had said, in a voice too quiet for any other student to overhear, "Mr. Potter, show me your right hand." Harry had shown him his right hand. The leather thong with the ring was inside his collar, the right hand was bare, with the small calluses of a boy who had washed pans on a Surrey kitchen floor for 7 of his 11 years, but bare. Snape had looked at the hand for a long second. Then Snape had said, in the same voice, which had a pitch in it Harry had not heard from any teacher before, "Mr. Potter, there is something you are not telling this room. I will not, today, ask you to tell it to me. I will say only this. The thing you are wearing, wherever it is going to draw a kind of attention you have not yet, in your 11 years of polite answers, learned to keep off your face. When that attention arrives I will be in the corridor between you and the door. Do not, in your gratitude, mistake me for kind." "Yes, Professor," Harry had said. Snape had nodded, once. Snape had walked on. In his head Hal had said, in a voice with the quiet of a man who had read another man at last, "He's not the enemy." "I know," Harry had said. "He's been told things about you that don't match what he's seeing. He is going to spend a year deciding whether to trust the things he's been told or the things he's seeing. He'll choose the things he's seeing." "He'll choose the things he's seeing," said Hal, eventually. "Not soon. He's stubborn. He's been told the things he's been told for a long time." Harry, who had developed a small private patience with stubborn men over 5 years on Privet Drive, had not been worried. That night Hermione had cornered him in the common room and had asked him 3 questions he had given 3 answers to and 1 question he had not answered, and had then said, with the air of a girl who had decided that the conversation was, for the present, finished, "Harry, you are not, by the way, going to play Quidditch with that thing on. You will be in a stadium with 2,000 pairs of eyes. The thing pulses. People will see. I'll wear gloves. I'll keep it under my robes. You are going to keep it under your robes for the rest of the year. Is that clear?" "Clear." "Good." She had gone to bed. Ron, who had been pretending not to listen by means of staring at the embers, had said, after she had gone, "You're not telling her everything, you know." "I know. She'll figure it out." "I know. I won't say." "I know." Ron, who was, by some inheritance of being the youngest brother of a noisy household, very good at not saying, had said no more, and they had gone, the 2 of them, up to the dormitory, and Harry had lain on his 4-poster and looked at the canopy and thought, with the clean unhurried attention that was, by now, a habit older than half his life, that he had come into a school with the working assumption that he would be alone in this place the way he had been alone everywhere else, and that the assumption had been incorrect, and that the correctness or incorrectness of an assumption did not, by his standard, matter very much, but the difference, in this case, was a thing he was going to have to keep an eye on, because it was a difference that, at its core, made him slightly slower, and slightly softer, and slightly more vulnerable, and he did not know yet whether he wished to keep the vulnerability or to set it down. He kept it. He kept it that night. He kept it the next night. He had kept it ever since. The flying lesson was on a Thursday. The brooms in the courtyard were a generation past their best. Madame Hooch was a small woman with hawk eyes who had, in 4 decades, watched several thousand children do approximately the same 5 wrong things at the start of a flying lesson. She set the brooms in 2 rows on the grass. She made the children stand by the brooms. She told them the rules. "Hands out," she said. "Above the broom. Say up." "Up," the courtyard said, in 20 different keys. The brooms responded as brooms respond, which is to say not very well. Some of them came up. Some of them hopped. Some of them, with a kind of equine reluctance, stayed. Harry's broom came up before his hand was over it. Hooch, who had been pacing with her arms folded, stopped pacing. She watched. The broom, a clean sweep with a red tail, sat in his hand at the height of his hip, vibrating very slightly, the way a horse that knows the rider before the rider knows the horse vibrates. She said, with a small amused noise, "Well now." Harry said, "Sorry. Don't be. Mount." He mounted. He took the broom. He thought, for a half-second, of all the things he had taught himself with the green skateboard in the shed and the green oval over the chimney pots, of all the dogfights Hal had walked him through, in the night, with a model of a Mustang on a string in his head, of all the simple physics of staying up that he had been taught, by Hal Jordan and then by no one. He took off. He did not, by Hooch's strict instruction, take off. He kicked the ground gently with the toe of his right shoe and the broom rose 6 inches and held. He was, by every standard of school decorum, obedient. He was, by every standard of skill, lying about something. Hooch's eye narrowed. She did not say, in front of the class, what her eye had narrowed about. After the lesson, when the rest of the class had gone, she said, on the grass, "Stay a moment, Mr. Potter." "Yes, ma'am." "Where did you learn to do that?" "Do what, ma'am?" "Go up, that flat." With no waver. With the broom not protesting. "That is a 6th-year flat. That is the way Charlie Weasley took off." "Where?" Harry, who had decided in a second the broom came up that he was not, today, going to lie, said, "I taught myself." "How?" He took the ring out of his pocket. He had begun to wear it on a leather thong around his neck during the school day, the way other students wore lockets, and showed it. He did not construct anything. He let the lantern symbol catch the autumn light. She looked at it. She looked, for a long moment, at him. Then she said, in the small cool voice of a coach who had been at a job too long to be surprised, "Right. You'll be playing for Gryffindor on Saturday. I'll tell McGonagall. You'll keep that instrument under your robes during the match. And you'll not, Mr. Potter, you will not, give yourself away to children whose parents can't afford to lose. Understood?" "Yes, ma'am." "Off you go." He went. Quidditch was, to a boy who had taught himself to fly above chimney pots in Surrey at 3 in the morning, the most ridiculous game he had ever been allowed to play. The snitch was a small fast nuisance and he knew, from the moment would put it into the air, exactly what to do with it. He won the first match in 11 minutes by the scoreboard and 7 by his own count. He won it without using the ring. He won it on a clean sweep. He won it on Hal Jordan's reflexes, fence club afternoons, dog fight quarter rolls, the trick of looking past where the prey was to where the prey was about to be, and he won it without hurry. Up in the stand Snape had stood without moving for the entire match. In the back of his head, Hal had said, after the catch, "You are going to drive that man crazy, kid." "I am," Harry had said, very quietly. "I'm going to be very polite to him while I do it." The first confrontation with Quirrell was at Halloween, in a corridor he was supposed to be evacuating, after a troll he was not supposed to know about had been let into the dungeon by a turban that had bowed to no one when the staff weren't watching. He had been in the corridor with Hermione and Ron because Hermione, by some private grief he had not yet had time to learn the shape of, had been in a girl's bathroom crying when they should have been at the feast. They had collected her. The troll had been in the bathroom with her. The troll was a problem that, in 5 seconds, Ron had solved by hovering its own club and dropping it on its head, an act of accidental brilliance that Harry would, later, congratulate Ron for in private at length. The troll's nostrils had filled with what one smelled, and the troll had gone down. Quirrell, in the corridor, had run up after the action was finished, with a very white face, with sweat on his upper lip, with eyes that were very wide and looking, not at the unconscious troll, but at the boy with the green light at his throat. He had said, "P. Potter. P. Potter. You are unhurt." "Yes, Professor. You should not have been here." "No, Professor. But I think you," Quirrell stopped. His eyes, on Harry, had gone abruptly steady. The stutter was gone. The voice was a different voice. The voice was a hiss, low and cold, that the corridor did not like. "You are not what we were told you would be." The ring at Harry's throat went green bright. The metal ruler voice said in his head, "Yellow signature, Spike. Range, 2 meters. Threat assessment, re-evaluating." Harry said, evenly, "Professor. You are not what I was told you would be either. We have time." Quirrell's mouth opened. Quirrell's mouth closed. The stutter returned, all at once, in the way a curtain falls. The white face came back. The eyes went small and damp again. He said, "P.P. Potter, you must go to your house." "Why yes, your house, at once. I will see to the troll." "Yes, Professor." Harry, with Hermione and Ron behind him, walked out of the corridor. In his head Hal said, "He is going to come at you before the year is out. I know. You're going to need the battery. I know. How long?" "By spring," said Harry. "I'll have it by spring." Quirrell, in the corridor, did not watch them go. Quirrell stood over the unconscious troll with his hands at his sides and a small private rictus on his face that was not, in any sense Quirrell would have recognized as his. Outside the corridor, in the silent castle, a snowy owl called once on the parapet of the astronomy tower, and the lake, in the stillness, made a single small crack, like a thing turning over in its sleep. In his bedroom in Gryffindor Tower, that night, Harry lay on his back on the four-poster he had been given and looked at the canopy above him and thought, with the clean unhurried attention he had been bringing to such matters since he was 6, about what would have to be done. He did not need to plan everything. He needed to plan 3 things. The battery. The boy under the turban, for it was clear by now that there was a boy under the turban, that the boy was Voldemort, that the parasite on Voldemort was a fragment of a yellow ring of fear from a world that had nothing to do with this one. And the 3rd-floor corridor, which would be the place at which the boy under the turban tried, in the spring, to break through to a thing the headmaster was hiding. He needed to be powered when that happened. He took the ring off the thong and laid it on his chest. He put one hand over it. He breathed. In brightest day, he thought, in the stone of the floor of the tower, in the long old habit of the oath he had said to himself 1,000 times since he was 6. In blackest night. The room, in the dark, did not change. The owl on the windowsill did not move. The wand on the table did not stir. The ring, under his hand, was quiet. He went to sleep. In a clearing in the forbidden forest, 20 meters under thin sweet earth, an old green light, the older of the 2 greens, the green that had crossed dimensions before the power ring had crossed them, pulsed once in the dark and was still. It had been waiting. It would wait a little longer. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Sinestro Whisper. By the time Harry walked out of the 3rd-floor corridor in May with his right hand at 37% and Quirrell's body burning behind him on the chamber floor, 3 things had been settled. The battery had been recharged. The stone, which had turned out to be the bait Albus Dumbledore had laid for the parasite in the turban, had been quietly destroyed by Albus Dumbledore in a private ceremony 2 days later. And Voldemort, the man under the turban, had escaped, wraith-shaped, half-fed, half-mad, fled across borders Harry could not yet see. The story would, in the long quiet way these stories work, find its way to the Ministry by Tuesday and into a paper Vernon Dursley would, in the end, refuse to read. Harry had spent the summer in his small upstairs bedroom on Privet Drive with the wand on the cabinet and the ring at full charge for the first time since it had crossed dimensions. He had read 3 books. He had eaten 6 breakfasts at the table without comment from Petunia. He had filed the events of the spring underdone. The summer had been quiet. Then a house elf arrived on his bed. The house elf had been small and earnest and on the verge of tears. The house elf had said, Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts. Harry, sitting up in his pajamas with the lantern symbol pulsing once in interest, had been polite. The house elf had begged. The house elf had bowed. The house elf had banged its head on the cabinet. The house elf had, eventually, after Harry had explained, in the small clean voice of a person used to delivering disappointing facts to small distressed beings, that Hogwarts was where he was going to spend the next year and that no consideration would change that, vanished with a small hot pop and left a smear of ash on the bedspread. Hal, in his head, said, "Whoever sent that elf knows what's coming." Harry, who had been preparing to know what was coming since the moment Quirrell's burning body had told him, had nodded. The Hogwarts Express, in its second autumn, was a familiar object. Hermione, on the train, had brought him a list of what she had read over the summer. Ron, on the train, had brought him news from his family, Bill in Egypt, Charlie in Romania, Fred and George improving, in their slow malevolent fashion, an idea about a swamp. The 4 hours had passed in the way the 4 hours of an early September passed for a boy who had no longer to make a habit of pretending he was not in good company. He had stopped pretending in November of his first year. He could now, in his second year, sit with Ron and Hermione and let them talk over each other and not say anything for a quarter of an hour at a time, and the silence had not been a silence anyone counted. The school year began. Within a month it had gone wrong. The wall in the corridor, written in fresh blood, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware," was the kind of wall the school had not had in some time. Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, was the first victim, hanging stiff in the torchlight from a sconce in the corridor where the wall had been written. Filch, screaming, had not been a man Harry had previously had any reason to feel sympathy for. In the moment of Filch screaming, with the cat dripping on the floor and Filch on his knees and his big rough hands trembling, Harry, who had spent years cataloguing what Petunia could and could not do for a thing, had registered, with a small private shame, that Filch was a man for whom the cat had been most of what he had. The Sorting Hat, a year ago, had told Harry that there was a discipline called Slytherin in him. He had never wanted to use it. In that corridor, on that night, with the cat dripping and the writing on the wall, he had used it. Quietly. Without the others. The ring, on his hand under his glove, had been alert all autumn. The hum had been a different hum. It had been an old hum, a hum the ring had not made on Privet Drive or in the Forbidden Forest, a hum that had a tooth in it. The metal ruler voice had said, in the corridor with the cat, "Yellow signature, detected. Source, indirect, dispersed. Containment, object-bound. Active intent, non-local." Harry had said, in his head, "Translate. There is a yellow ring fragment in this castle. It is not on a person. It is in an object. The object is calling someone we have not yet met to use it. Recommendation, locate the object." He had located the object 3 weeks later, by the simple expedient of watching for it. The object had been a small black diary in the bag of a first-year girl with red hair, Ginny Weasley, Ron's little sister. The diary had been writing back, at night, in her dormitory, in a hand she had not been authoring. She had been 13 and was alone and had been at Hogwarts 5 weeks. Her dormitory mates had told Hermione, who had told Harry, in the corner of the library where it had become normal, by the second year, for Harry to keep the table by the window and Hermione to keep the table by the door, and for the 2 tables to be, for all academic purposes, 1 table. He had not, on hearing about the diary, snatched it from the girl. He had tried that, in his head, and discarded it. Snatching it would have left her with a hole in her where it had been, and the hole would have been the size of a yellow ring's worth of cooperation. He had instead, in the 3rd week of October, sat down across from her at breakfast. She had blushed, he had not. He had learned, by 12, to be polite to small girls who blushed at him in the same way he had learned to be polite to small dogs, and said, evenly, "Ginny, there is a thing I think you have been writing in. I'd like to look at it. I'm not going to keep it. I'm going to give it back to you. It is making you tired. Tell me when you have it on you and I'll come." She had stared at him. Her eyes had flicked to her bag. Her hand had gone to the strap. Then her hand, against her, had pulled the bag closer to her chest. Harry had said, in his head, "There." She had said, Harry, what are you? It's all right, Ginny. I know. I'll be at the table by the door at 4. He had stood up. He had taken his porridge and gone to the Gryffindor end. Ginny had not, at 4, come to the table by the door, nor had he expected her to. He had not asked again. Hermione had said, that night, you have to tell McGonagall. I will, Harry had said. After. After what? After I've made sure that what is in that diary cannot follow her once it leaves her. Hermione had set down her quill. What is in that diary? Harry, who had been preparing for this conversation, had said, a piece of a man. A piece of a soul. The man's name in this country is Voldemort. The piece is 16 and it has been in a diary since 1942, which means it had a body and walked around once with the man who is now in a forest in Albania. There is also a foreign object in the diary, that is not from this world, and it is the foreign object that has been making Ginny tired faster than the soul piece would on its own. It is making her tired because it is feeding on her fear, and the soul piece is recruiting her by means of the same. The two are feeding each other. They are going to use her, in the next 3 weeks, to open the Chamber of Secrets, which is a chamber under the school, in which there is a basilisk, which is a snake the size of a tree, which is killing the cats and the students by looking at them. Hermione had not blinked. She had said, very evenly, whose blood is it on the wall? The soul piece. He has been getting Ginny to write it. He is using her hand. She doesn't remember it. How do you know? Hermione, said Harry. The ring is reading the diary the way you read a book. The ring has been reading the diary since the first day of term. I have known the diary was in this castle since the morning of the 2nd of September. I have only known the diary was Ginny's since you told me last week. Why didn't you tell me? Because, said Harry, until last week I did not know it was Ginny. I did not want to tell you about a thing I had not located, because if I had told you, you would have started to look for it, and the diary, in this castle, is alert to people looking for it. I was looking for it without looking for it. I was the only person who could. Hermione had stared at him. He had said, with the only kindness he had ever found in himself, by 12, for a friend, I am sorry. I will not, in future, keep things from you. Not when they are this big. Don't say that. I have already said it. Don't promise things you can't keep, Harry. I am promising things I will keep. That is the difference. She had turned back to her parchment. She had said, after a moment, in a voice that had nothing of the lecture in it, you scare me sometimes. I scare myself, Harry had said. I do my best to scare myself in the right direction. She had laughed. It had been a small, surprised, unhappy laugh. She had not stopped working. Between October and February the school did the small ugly accounting of a place that had been told something inside it was hunting it. The corridors emptied earlier in the evenings. The badge children, the prefects, the head boy and the head girl, the Quidditch captains, walked patrols. The chess sets in the common rooms were set up earlier and packed up later. Hermione, who had been by November the most consulted second year in the library since 1934, had taken on a small army of correspondents in the lower years and was, with grim middle management discipline, telling them where it was safe to be at what hours. Harry, in the small private way, had been working. He had drawn, on a sheet of cartridge paper he kept inside his trunk, a map of the castle. The map had not been the map other people had. The map he had drawn had, over the course of the autumn, marked, in red ink, every place a yellow pulse had been read by the ring. The red marks made a pattern. The pattern was a path. The path, by the second week of November, had crossed the second-floor corridor outside the girls' bathroom, twice, at 13 minutes past midnight on 2 consecutive Tuesdays. He had not, in November, gone to the second-floor corridor on a Tuesday. He had not, by then, located the basin. He had, for the present, marked. The first attack on a student had been Colin Creevey, the small Gryffindor first year with the camera, who had been found petrified on the moving staircase to Gryffindor Tower at 10 past 10 on a Saturday morning, with his camera melted to slag in his hand, and a small green spark fading on the back of his collar that no one but Harry had been close enough to read. Harry had read the spark. The spark had not been a spark of his own ring. The spark had been a residue, a small green flicker burnt into the cloth by the boy's last attempt, with whatever residual scrap of magical instinct he had had at 11, to defend himself. It had not worked. He was still alive. He would, Madame Pomfrey said, be revived in the spring when the mandrakes were ready. The second attack had been a Hufflepuff fourth year called Justin Finch Fletchley, a polite boy who had told Harry, twice, that he had been due for Eton before his name had come up on the Hogwarts roster. Justin had been petrified outside the Charms corridor on a Thursday, with Sir Nicholas, the Gryffindor ghost, also caught in the wave and now drifting two-dimensionally a foot above the corridor floor. Harry had been the one to find them, he had been on his way back from the library, and Snape had been the one to find Harry standing over them, with his hands at his sides and the ring under his glove glowing through the leather like a small green eye. Snape had stopped in the corridor. Snape had looked at Harry. Snape had said, in the voice he kept for situations a teacher has not been issued a script for, Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. You are going to leave this corridor. Now. You are going to walk back to the tower without speaking to anyone. I will inform the headmaster. I will inform Professor McGonagall. I will not, this evening, inform the school. You will not, this evening, tell your friends. Is that clear? Yes, Professor. Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. If I find that you have, between this corridor and your common room, used the instrument you are wearing on your hand for any purpose at all, I will have it off your finger by sunup. Harry, who had, in fact, been preparing to use the ring for one specific purpose, to read the residue on Justin's cloak the way he had read the residue on Colin's, had set the intent down. He had nodded. Yes, Professor. Go. He had gone. In his head, Hal had said, in the dry voice of a man who had spent a great deal of his life in trouble, he's saving your skin. He's setting a perimeter. Same thing, kid. Different word. You stand inside that perimeter and you let the perimeter mean something to you. He's an old man and he is buying you a year and you take it and you don't lord it over him. I won't. Tomorrow morning, Snape, in the staff room in front of 7 other teachers, had told McGonagall that he had found Harry alone in a corridor with 2 petrified persons, and that he had sent Harry back to the tower, and that he, Snape, was prepared to vouch that the boy had not been the cause. McGonagall had, in the staff room, looked at Snape in a way Snape had not been looked at by McGonagall in some years. Dumbledore, at the head of the table, had said only, "Thank you, Severus." Dumbledore had not, in front of the staff, asked Snape why he was vouching. Dumbledore, in the small private accounting that Harry had begun to suspect was the whole architecture of the man, had been making a list. The dueling club had been Lockhart's idea, and Lockhart had announced it in the Great Hall on the evening of the day after Justin had been found, with the unctuous timing of a man who had read in his publisher's newsletter that the public was anxious and had decided that the public ought to be reassured by means of his teeth. Snape had been his assistant. Snape had been Snape's assistant, that is, the way a panther is a leopard's assistant, present in the same room, on a leash, only by an extreme courtesy. Lockhart had, at the demonstration, asked for 2 volunteers. He had, against his better judgment, picked Harry. Snape had, against his very good judgment, picked Draco Malfoy. Harry had stood across from Draco on the hastily built platform with a wand in his left hand and a ring under his right glove and a face composed of nothing. Lockhart had said, on 3. Harry had not waited for 3. Snape, who had been told by Dumbledore that morning to test the boy, had not minded. Draco, who had been raised on a diet of plain unsanded school duels, had said, Serpensortia, on 2. The snake had bloomed. The snake had been a small black mamba, the size of a man's arm, and had landed on the boards of the platform with a small angry hiss. The hall had drawn a single breath and held it. Lockhart had stepped backward into a curtain. Harry, in his head, had not said anything. He had let the ring read the room. The ring had said, construct option, snake charmer's flute. Construct option, copperhead lure. Construct option, glass enclosure. Harry had picked the glass enclosure. A green dome, the height of a man and the diameter of a kitchen table, had bloomed on the platform around the small black mamba. The dome had been quiet. It had hummed. It had said, in the metal ruler voice no one but Harry could hear, construct stable. Power level, 49%. The mamba had hit the inside of the dome. The dome had not given. The mamba had hit it again. The dome had held. Harry had said, evenly, into the silence of the hall, Mr. Malfoy. Pick it up. Draco had stared. Pick it up. It's your snake. I don't, pick it up, said Harry, in the voice of a man giving a child a very small, very specific instruction, or I'll release it. The dome had thinned, slightly, on Draco's side. Draco, white-faced, had walked forward. He had reached, in the manner of a boy who had not handled a snake with any real attention since he was 8, into the dome where the dome had thinned, and had taken the mamba behind the head with the precise ungainly competence of a child of an old family. He had carried it, two-handed, off the platform. Snape had taken it from him. Snape had vanished it, on the spot, with a flick of the wand and the small cool nod of a man whose sympathy had not been increased by the demonstration. The hall, on the platform, had erupted. Lockhart had, at this point, attempted to recover. Lockhart had said, in his most ringing tone, splendid. Splendid. A demonstration of, Snape had said, very dryly, into Lockhart's syllable, defensive constructs are fourth-year material, Mr. Potter. I read ahead, Professor. I imagine you do. 5 points to Slytherin, said Snape, after a moment, for Mr. Malfoy's hands. 5 points to Gryffindor, said McGonagall, from the audience, for Mr. Potter's mouth. The hall, which had loved exactly nothing in this term, had laughed. It had been, by the standard of laughs, brief, but it had been the first laugh the school had had in 3 weeks, and Harry had taken it and stored it, in the small private book in his head, under uses for later. He had walked off the platform with his hands at his sides and the ring under his glove and the dome dissolved behind him, and he had gone down the side aisle to the door, and Hermione, at the end of the row, had taken his elbow as he passed her and said, in the small still voice she had been using since November, Harry. He's going to come for you tonight. I know. Don't. Don't what? Don't go alone. I won't. He had gone alone, of course, because alone was the only way he had ever done any of the harder things in his life, and the corridor outside the second-floor bathroom on a Tuesday at 13 minutes past midnight had given him, at last, the diary's pulse moving, and Ginny Weasley's footsteps with it, and he had not, that night, intervened. He had stood in the dark with the ring at 63% and the wand under his cloak and watched a small red-haired girl walk in her pajamas down a corridor with a small black book held against her sternum the way another girl her age might have held a doll, and he had let her walk, because the diary did not yet know it had been read, and the diary needed not to know, until the moment was right. He had not slept that night. He had read. He had read everything. The chamber opened on a Tuesday in early February. Ginny had not come to breakfast. Ron had been frantic. The diary had been gone from her bag. Filch, in the entrance hall, had been weeping at a small piece of wall on which a fresh line of red had been added, her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Mrs. Norris had been replaced, in the line of fresh victims, by a Hufflepuff fourth year and the cat of a portrait 2 corridors over. Harry had not waited. He had not gone to McGonagall. He had taken Ron and Hermione and they had gone to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Hermione, who had spent 3 nights in the library with the entirety of the second-floor record, had identified the entrance, and Harry, who at 12 had 8 kinds of construct ready to hand and a power level at 60%, had spoken the word Hermione had taught him, Parseltongue, in the small dry voice he used for unlocking doors he had not been invited to. The basin had moved. The pipe had opened. They had gone down. Ron, halfway down the slime, had said, "Bloody hell." Hermione, behind him, had said, "The slime is not the worst thing." Hermione had been right. The Chamber of Secrets, when they came to it, was a long corridor lined with stone snakes whose fangs had been polished by 1,000 years of nothing. It was empty except for, at the far end, the small still figure of Ginny Weasley on the floor, with a black diary on her chest, and a 16-year-old boy in dark robes standing over her, whose eyes were the wrong color and whose smile was the smile of a man who had borrowed his face from a portrait. The boy turned. He looked at Harry. He looked, the way Quirrell had looked, the way Snape had looked the first time Harry had walked into potions, with the sudden small still attention of a person who had been expecting a different boy. "I am Tom Riddle," the boy said. "And you, I take it, are Harry Potter." "Riddle. You have been spoken of," Riddle said. "By the diary. By her. You have been spoken of for some weeks now, Mr. Potter." "I imagine I have. The thing on your finger." The boy's eyes had gone, with the small flick of a man recognizing a familiar face, to Harry's right hand, where the ring, which had gone, on the way down, to 91%, the air in the chamber was old air, and the air had made the ring nervous and consequently fed it, was glowing through the leather of his glove. Riddle said, very softly, "There is a fragment of a thing in this diary that is, by its lights, very interested in you." "I know. You know." "The fragment," said Harry, "is from a yellow ring. The ring is not in this world. The ring's bearer was a man who tried to take a kingdom by means of fear and was, in the end, beaten by a man with a green ring like the one I am wearing. The fragment in the diary, Mr. Riddle, has been calling you, and you, 16-year-old that you are, have been answering. The fragment is not yours. You do not own it. It has, in fact, been using you to make itself a body. You are, by my reckoning, 6 weeks from being eaten." Riddle's mouth moved. He had not been expecting to be told. Behind him, on the floor, Ginny stirred. "You are," said Riddle, slowly, "not what I have been told to expect." "It seems," said Harry, evenly, "to be the going theme of my life." The basilisk came at the spoken word, on Riddle's command, and the basilisk was the size that Hermione had said it would be, which was the size of a tree turned on its side and given teeth. It came down a vent in the wall in a great roiling mass, and the air in the chamber went green bright at once because the ring, with a power level the ring had not had in this world before, had constructed a wall. The wall was not a shield. The wall was a mirror. Harry, who had spent 5 years in a shed in Surrey and 1 year in a castle in the Highlands learning the precise shape of things he could and could not build, had done his arithmetic on the train down. A basilisk killed by looking. Therefore the basilisk could be killed by looking. He had constructed, in the moment between the spoken word and the arrival of the snake, a long curving wall of green that was not a wall but a mirror. The wall reflected the snake to the snake. The snake had not, in 1,000 years, looked at itself. The snake looked at itself now. The basilisk, on its own gaze, dropped. It did not die. It went limp. It went limp on the floor of the chamber and lay there with its great head against a column and its eyes, which were a yellow Harry had not seen on any other animal, unfocused in the way of a snake that had lost the only argument it had ever known how to make. He had not killed it. He did not need to. He had made it a problem for someone else. Riddle, on the floor by Ginny, made a noise. He had not made a noise of pain before. He made a noise of something else now, the noise of a man whose plan was disassembling around him and whose options had collapsed faster than his vocabulary. "You," Riddle said. "You, that is impossible, that is, it is a mirror, Mr. Riddle." "You did not, that is not magic, you are correct," said Harry. "It is not." Riddle's wand came up. Harry's left hand, which had not yet, in the chamber, been used, came up with the wand. Hermione had taught him 11 things in the autumn. Ron had taught him 3 in the spring. Snape, on a Wednesday in October, had given him a paragraph in the potions corridor that had contained a charm Snape had not, by any plausible account, been authorized to teach a second year. Harry had read all the things he had been taught. He had read a number of things he had not been taught. He did not, against Riddle, use a charm Hermione would have recognized. He used a thing Hal Jordan had taught him, the year he was 8, in a shed in Surrey, the fact that a wand and a ring, in a circuit, drew on a different reservoir than a wand alone. The thing he made was a green-edged silver lance. The lance went through the diary on the floor of the chamber where Ginny had laid her head, and it did not go through Ginny. It was a precise, beautiful, small piece of work, and the lance, having gone through the diary, dissolved. The diary screamed. It was not, by the standard of screams, loud. It was the scream of a piece of paper that had been, for a long time, the home of a great many things, and was now, by a single piece of unfamiliar light, no longer a home for any of them. Riddle, half a second behind the scream, blew apart the way a mist blows apart in a wind. The yellow fragment in the diary, the small bright sour spark Harry had been reading on the ring all autumn, went up out of the burning paper and made, for a half-second, the shape of a man with a mustache and a red collar and a face Harry had not seen and would, on Hal's voice, identify as Sinestro by the time the smoke had cleared. The shape said, in a voice that was the voice of an instrument and not a person, "We will meet, Lantern." The shape went out. The chamber, after, was very quiet. Ginny sat up. She put her hands to her head. She looked at the diary, which was no longer a diary but a small heap of cooling soot. She looked at Harry. She did the thing Harry had been afraid of and had been carefully preparing for. She began, very quietly, to cry. He had not, in 11 years before this, made a small girl cry. He sat down on the cold flags of the chamber and waited the crying out. Ron sat with her. Hermione, who had taken in the disposal of a 1,000-year-old basilisk and the destruction of a fragment of soul and the second most dangerous magical artifact in modern Britain in under 3 minutes, sat down with her back against a pillar and put her head in her hands. Harry did not put his head in his hands. He looked at the fallen basilisk, and at the heap of soot, and at the small girl on the floor. In his head, Hal said, very quietly, "Sinestro will come." "I know," Harry said. "Not now. Not soon. He'll send pieces. He'll send fear. He'll come himself when there's enough yellow on this side. I know. The recharge will hold for a long time after this. I know. Kid. Yes. You did good." Harry did not answer. He had not been raised on praise, and he had not yet, in his 12 years, learned the trick of acknowledging it without flinching. He stood. He picked up the diary's remains. He picked up Ginny. He walked out of the chamber and up the pipe with Ron at his heel and Hermione behind, and he came out of the basin in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom an hour after they had gone in, and walked down the corridor and into the staff room, where Albus Dumbledore was standing at the window looking out at the lake. Dumbledore turned. His twinkle was on. His twinkle was, by the standard of Dumbledore's twinkles, very on. He looked at Harry and at the small girl in his arms and at the ash on Harry's glove and at the green light pulsing through the leather, and he said, very gently, "My boy." "Yes, sir." "Will you, my boy, sit down? I think we have, you and I, a great deal to discuss." "We have," said Harry, evenly, "just enough for one conversation." Dumbledore had, at that, smiled. The smile had been a smile no Dursley would have recognized as a smile, because it had had inside it the small unwilling pleasure of a man who had been informed that the boy he had kept on a Surrey street for 11 years had not, after all, been growing into the person the man had needed him to be, and the man, against his own private misgivings and against the long quiet plan of a long quiet career, was glad. "Sit down, my boy," Dumbledore said. "Sit down. We will leave the rest for tonight. Harry sat down. He laid Ginny on the chaise. He laid the ash on the table. He took off his glove. The ring on his hand, in the light of the staff room, was the brightest thing in the building. Dumbledore, who had not, in Harry's hearing, asked a question of him that had not been a careful and pleasant lure, looked at the ring for a long time. He said, very softly, "So that is the thing I have been hearing about." "The thing you have been hearing about?" "Severus." "Snape," said Harry. "Of course. Severus has been telling me, since November of last year, that there is, on your hand, a piece of an instrument the world has not had on it for a very long time. He has, in his particular fashion, been waiting for the moment in which you would tell me yourself. I have, in my particular fashion, been waiting. We have been, in our particular fashions, polite about the matter for some time." Harry waited. Dumbledore said, "May I?" He held out his hand. Harry, who at 12 had been preparing to be asked exactly this question, did not take off the ring. He laid his right hand on Dumbledore's left, palm up. The lantern symbol was visible. The ring did not pulse. It did the small private not pulsing that the ring did when an old willing instrument met an old willing observer, and there was, between them, a small old protocol for politeness. Dumbledore, who had been at this game for 11 decades, did not touch the ring. He looked at it. He read it. He took, from his eyes, the things one took when one read it. He said, after a long quiet inhalation, "Mr. Potter. Forgive me. I have been kept, by one of my colleagues, in the dark on this for a year. May I ask, when you came to school, whose was the wand that chose you?" "Holly. Phoenix feather. 11 inches. Dumbledore did not answer in words. A smile at the corner of his mouth, not the pleasant smile he had been performing all year, but a smile that was older, with a small rough tooth in it, went on. The smile had, in it, a thing Harry had not seen on a Dursley's face: respect. Not for him, not yet. For the architecture of the thing that had brought him, from cupboard to cupboard, from cupboard to castle, from castle to chamber, with a wand in one hand and a ring on the other, on schedule. "We will, Mr. Potter," said Albus Dumbledore, very gently, "have a great deal to talk about." "Yes, sir." "Not tonight." "No, sir." "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow." Dumbledore stood. He set his hand for a moment on Ginny's brow, and her color, which had been the color of paper, went back to the color of a Weasley at the end of February. He bowed, slightly, to Harry, in the way of a man giving a small old courtesy that Harry had not yet been told the meaning of, and he said, "Go to bed, my boy. And tell Madame Pomfrey, as you go, that I have a girl for her." "Yes, sir." Harry went to bed. That night, in the dormitory, with Ron asleep on his back and Neville snoring in the next bed and the tower quiet, Harry lay with the ring on his chest and the wand on the cabinet and listened to the hum. The hum was different. The hum had a tooth in it that he had not heard before. It was a small new tooth, at the back of the hum. He listened to it for a long time. He understood, after some time, that the tooth was the memory of the yellow fragment that had blown up out of the diary in the chamber. The hum was, in a sense, mourning. The ring had recognized, on contact, an old enemy, and the recognition had set, in the ring, a small new tooth that would, from this point onward, be in everything the ring did until the matter of the yellow rings was settled, on this world or another. In his head Hal said, "Get used to it." "I will," said Harry. "It's going to get worse." "I know. We'll handle it." "We will." Outside the tower, on the parapet of the astronomy tower, an owl called once, and an owl, on the parapet of the Ollery, answered. A wind rose. The lake, in the dark, did not crack. It only moved. In a clearing in the forbidden forest, 20 meters under thin sweet earth, the older green light, the green that had come from OA before the power ring, pulsed twice and went still. It had been heard. It had been answered. It had been used. It would, in time, be used again. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, Test Pilot's Discipline Year 3 opened on a train that had a Dementor on it. The Dementor entered the carriage at 4:15 in the afternoon, between Crewe and the long flat moors, in a corridor that the Hogwarts Express had not had this kind of guest in for 60 years. The lamps dimmed. The windows frosted from the inside. A child 2 compartments down began to cry without knowing why she was crying. Harry, in his compartment, with Ron at his shoulder and Hermione opposite and a sleeping man in a shabby suit on the bench beside the window, the only adult on the train, slumped against the glass with his suitcase labeled R.J. Lupin above him, was the only one of them who did not feel cold first. The cold reached him last. The cold reached him last because his right hand, on his lap, was already speaking. The ring had said, in the metal ruler voice no one could hear but him, 3 carriages before the Dementor came, resonance, detected. Source, unknown to Ring's database. Configuration, oral emotional, parasitic, fear adjacent. Threat assessment, passive, draining. Classification, not sinestro. Classification, native to this world. Recommendation, build. What? A wall, said the ring, with the small precision of an instrument that had been working with its bearer long enough to have suggestions. Or, better, a small light. A small light? Yes. Harry, who at 13 had a power level that had not been below 70% since spring of his second year and a wand whose phoenix feather had been growing, in his hand, more responsive every term, did not bother with a wall. The Dementor was not the enemy. The Dementor was a problem of weather. The Dementor was a thing that drained, and the answer to a thing that drained was not a wall but a flame. He did not, at 13, know the spell that would, in a corridor outside Lupin's office in November, be taught to him by name. He did not need it. He had, over 6 years of constructing in a shed in a forest and a corridor of a castle, learned that the ring would, with sufficient intent and a clear enough memory, make any shape that a willing mind could carry. He carried, in his head, the memory of a kitchen on Privet Drive on a morning when Petunia had set a second plate. The toast. The orange juice. The half-tomato grilled. The 4 small words, marmalade is in the cupboard, in a voice that had not been Petunia's voice for him before that morning. He had carried that memory for 7 years. He had not used it for anything yet. He used it now. The construct that bloomed in the compartment was not green. It was not, in any color he had used before, anything. It was a small bright golden green, the color of a thing that had grown rather than been made, and it took the shape of a stag. The stag was the size of a large dog. It had antlers. It had eyes that were the color of his mother's eyes in the photograph in the box at the bottom of the vault under the bank in Diagon Alley. Hal, in his head, said, in a voice with a tooth of surprise in it, "Kid." The stag walked through the door of the compartment, into the corridor, and at the Dementor. The Dementor, the way Dementors do, faltered. The cold went off the windows in a single thaw. The crying child 2 compartments down stopped crying. The sleeping man on the bench by the window, who had, in fact, not been sleeping, but had been waiting, with the discipline of a professional, for the Dementor to leave on its own, opened one eye. The stag, in the corridor, stopped at the Dementor and lowered its antlers and pushed. The Dementor, in a small private way, withdrew. It went back the way it had come, down the corridor, off the train, into the air over the bracken, on a low afternoon wind. The stag, having seen it off, walked back into the compartment and stopped between Harry and the door, and turned its head, slowly, to look at him, and dissolved. The compartment, after, was very warm. The man on the bench by the window, who was Remus John Lupin and who had been told by Albus Dumbledore that morning to go and quietly meet a boy on the train, sat up. He looked at Harry. He said, in a voice that had been used very gently for the last 12 years and was, in its own way, surprised to be used at all today, "You have just cast, with no incantation and a piece of equipment that is not on the school list, a corporeal Patronus. Yes, sir. In the shape of a stag. Yes, sir. Lupin sat with his hands on his knees. He looked at Hermione and Ron and back at Harry. His eyes were a little wet. He said, very softly, in the shape of your father's animagus form. Harry did not, at that, speak. He had not known. The ring, in his pocket, did not, on this point, have a database. The shape had been made, in the compartment, out of a memory of a kitchen and a half tomato and a glass of orange juice and a sister-in-law's accident. The shape had come out a stag because the shape, on its own private accounting, had wanted a stag. Hal, in the back of his head, said, very softly, your old man. Harry, at 13, on a train going north, sat with his hands in his lap and did not, in the corridor of his life, on the small high shelf where he kept the things that mattered, know what to do with the new place that had just been made on the shelf. The thing he did with it was small. He looked out the window. He did not cry. He had never, in 12 years of cupboards and gardens and castles, cried in front of another person, and he was not going to start at 13 on a train. He looked out the window for a long second. The bracken went past. The pale grey afternoon went past. Hermione, opposite him, who knew everything about him she had ever wanted to know and had decided, by November of the year before, never to ask him about the only thing she did not, said nothing. Ron, beside him, who knew that not saying things was the most useful thing a friend could do at the right time, said nothing. Lupin, on the bench by the window, said nothing. The train went on. Year 3 was the year Harry stopped pretending to be a normal student. He did not, until then, by any of his own measures, pretend to a great deal. He had answered the questions in class he could answer, and the questions he could not answer he had been asked, and had, on that account, gone away and read the textbook past the edge of what the question had wanted, and had returned the next week with a longer answer. He had written essays at the lengths he had been asked for and had handed them in on the days they had been due. He had, at Quidditch, put the snitch in his pocket within 20 minutes of any whistle. He had not used the ring on any teacher in any classroom. The ring did not, by his discipline, exist in classrooms. By Halloween of year 3, the discipline had begun to crack. Not for him. For the school. Snape, in defense against the dark arts, on a day when Lupin had been unwell and Snape had taken the class as an additional duty, had said a third-year of fifth-year reading. Hermione had said, Professor, this is fifth-year material. Snape had said, Miss Granger, your friend has read fifth-year material. Hermione had said, but the rest of us, Snape had said, Miss Granger, the rest of you will be expected to read fifth-year material in fifth year. Today the rest of you will read it under Mr. Potter's tutelage. He nominated Harry, in front of the class, with the small dry pleasure of a man who had decided that the boy who had been smuggling instruments into his classroom for 2 years was going to start, today, by way of repayment, putting his hand on the table in front of his peers. Harry had stood up at the front of the class, on the platform Snape had used for Lockhart's dueling demonstration the year before, and had, without a textbook, given a reasoned account of the third-tier Patronus charm and its known failures and its known half-measures. He had done it in 12 minutes. He had not used a single word he had not been able to source, in his head, to a paragraph of a book he had read in the library or to a remark a member of the staff had made. He had, by minute 8, had the room. He had, by minute 10, also had Snape, in the back of the classroom, with his arms folded, pretending not to be listening and listening with great care. At the end Snape had said, evenly, to the class, 12 points to Gryffindor. 12 points to Slytherin. To Mr. Malfoy, 10 points for his question, to Miss Granger, 10 points for her note. Now read the chapter. The class had read the chapter. Harry, behind a copy of the book he had read 3 months earlier, had sat with the ring on its leather thong inside his shirt and listened to the small new attention Snape had begun to direct at him. Snape had said, after the bell, in the small empty corridor outside the classroom, into the corner of his mouth without turning his head, Mr. Potter. The Dark Lord is not gone. He will not, on the shape of present evidence, stay away. Make sure you have somewhere to put him. Yes, Professor. Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. I am not, this term, going to be your ally. I am not, this term, going to be your enemy. I am going to be the man who is in the corridor between the door and the wall. Yes, Professor. He had walked away. Harry had, at last, smiled. The man on the train, R.J. Lupin, was the first teacher Harry had had who taught him as if he were a person and not a specimen. Lupin had taken him, in the first week of October, into a small unused classroom on the third floor with a boggart in a wardrobe, and had said, very evenly, Harry. The boggart will give you back the thing you fear. Tell me, before we open the door, what it is. Harry had thought about it. He had said, evenly, not getting back to the people I am for. Lupin had blinked. Lupin had said, with the small private smile of a man who had been a teacher for 1 week and had been given, in that week, an answer he had not been given by any of the prior 15 years of pupils, that is not a boggart-shaped fear, Harry. I know. Then I will, said Harry, aim at whatever the boggart shows me with the same intention. I will not, Professor, be afraid of the wrong thing. They had opened the wardrobe. The boggart had made, against the precise instructions of a boggart, 2 attempts. The first had been Voldemort, half-bodied, on the dirt of the graveyard he had not yet been to. The second had been Petunia, on the kitchen step of Privet Drive, with a small child in her arms who was not him. Harry had laughed, once, at the second, with the small clean laugh he had used on the night of the ring's arrival, and the boggart had, for the first time in Lupin's career, declined to choose between the two and had stayed in the wardrobe. Lupin had said, in the small voice of a teacher who has been instructed, very softly, by the universe to revise his lesson plan, Harry. We will, perhaps, do something else. Yes, sir. He had, instead, taught Harry the Patronus charm. Lupin had taught it to him in the small dry way he taught everything, with the precise attention of a man who knew the charm, by his own use, as a tool he had been carrying for 15 years and had never, by his own admission, used well. He had, after the third lesson, said, Harry. You have not, in any of these lessons, used the wand alone. I have, sir. You have used it with the ring. The ring is on me. It is on you in a different way. I have been watching. The ring is, I do not know how to put this, feeding. Through the wand. Through your hand. I am asking, professionally, whether you can, in a fight, set the ring down, and use the wand alone. I can, sir. Show me. Harry had taken the ring off his finger and set it on the desk. He had taken the wand. He had said the charm. The Patronus had bloomed, as before, a stag, the color of the stag on the train, and had paced the room in the same slow way, and had dissolved. Lupin, in the small unused classroom, had sat down on the desk. Lupin had said, in a voice that had, in it, a small unsteady tooth, Harry. I am going to ask you a question I am, professionally, not allowed to ask. May I? Yes, sir. Who put the ring on you? I don't know, said Harry. The ring tells me the ring was sent. The ring tells me, in pieces, that someone in this country, someone older than Hogwarts, put a battery under the forest a long time ago, and built a small old protocol by which a ring would, when it was needed, find a wearer. The ring's prior wearer was, a man called Hal Jordan, in a different world. The ring's wearer, on this side, had to be a person who had, at 6, gone through enough to qualify. I qualified. I do not know who hid the battery. I do not know who built the protocol. I have, sir, theories. Will you tell me one? The man at the high table at the welcoming feast, sir, who has been hiding things in his school for 11 years. Lupin, very slowly, had nodded. He had said, after a long quiet inhalation, Harry. Tell him before he tells you. He is older than this castle and he is, in his own way, a friend, and he is, in his own way, the kind of friend you do not tell secrets to until you have, in the small old protocol of friendship in our country, given him the first one. I will, sir. Soon. Soon, sir. By the Christmas of his third year Sirius Black had broken into the tower with a knife. Sirius Black, who had been on the front of the paper since June, had been, by the autumn of the year, a name no Hogwarts student said in a corridor without lowering the voice. He had been, by the testimony of the ministry, the man who had betrayed the Potters and killed Pettigrew and 12 Muggles in a street in 1981. He had been, by the small private testimony of a creased map Fred and George had given Harry in October, a map that named the corridors and the people in them, by some old enchantment Harry had not yet fully read, a man called Peter Pettigrew, on the dorm floor in Ron's bed, where Ron's rat, Scabbers, had been sleeping every night for 12 years. Harry had read the map. Harry had not, on first reading, told Ron. He had not had the heart for the conversation in October. He had told Ron in early December, with the small slow gentleness Hermione had taught him, that the rat in Ron's bed had been, in fact, a man, and that the man was the man who had, in the ministry's account, killed 12 people on a street, and that, in the more reliable account that Harry had been gathering all autumn, the killing had been the work of the rat, and not the work of the man on the front of the paper. Ron had, for a long minute, said nothing. Then Ron had said, in a voice that had not been Ron's voice for 3 years, "Bloody hell." Then Ron had said, "Show me." Harry had taken the rat from Ron's pocket and set it on the table in the empty common room at midnight. He had constructed a small green box around it. The rat had, with a small frantic effort, tried to leave the box. The box had not yielded. Harry had said, to the rat, in the small clean voice of a person addressing a man, Pettigrew, "Stand up." The rat had not stood up. Harry had said, evenly, "I have on my other hand a wand. The wand will give me, on a moment, the spell that will make you stand up. I would prefer not to use it. I would prefer that you do me the courtesy of standing up under your own steam." The rat, after a long minute, had stood up. It had been, in the small green box, a small balding man with watery eyes and one missing finger and a face the color of a turnip in a long winter. He had, in the box, made a noise, the noise of a man who had not, in 12 years, been seen. Harry had said, evenly, into the silence of the common room, "You are going, in the morning, to give a confession to Albus Dumbledore. You are going to tell him about the night in the street. You are going to tell him about Sirius Black. You are going to do it in writing. You are going, by lunchtime, to be in a ministry cell. Do not make me carry you to him." The rat had, in the small green box in the common room of Gryffindor, given a small unforgivable noise, and had begun, in the manner of a creature not used to being addressed, to weep. Sirius Black had been freed in February. The trial, by the small dry mercy of a ministry that had not previously been on the side of small dry mercy, had been quick. Black, on the steps of the ministry, had not made a speech. He had stood beside his cousin, Andromeda Tonks, and had nodded at the journalists, and had walked, in the company of the cousin and the cousin's daughter, out of the atrium of the ministry in the long unaccustomed silence of a man who had been, in the morning's papers, restored to the small inheritance of a name. He had come, on the third weekend of February, to Hogwarts. He had met Harry on the lawn. He had said, very simply, "My godson." Harry had said, very simply, "My godfather." Sirius Black had, in front of the staff and the students, given Harry a small awkward unready hug. Harry, who had not been hugged by an adult in 12 years, had, with the small clean discipline of a person to whom the gesture was a foreign object, returned it. Hermione, on the steps of the entrance hall, had cried. Ron, on the steps, had pretended not to. McGonagall, in the hall, had given Harry the day off. Sirius had taken him, that day, to a small house in Hogsmeade he had quietly bought from a cousin 2 years before going to Azkaban, and had set him at the kitchen table, and had given him a cup of tea, and had, with the slow unsure conversation of a man who had, in the long bad 12 years, not been allowed to be himself, told him about a kitchen on a Saturday morning in 1980, about a young woman with red hair, about a young man with messy hair, about a small green coin that the young man had, on a night Sirius had not been told the meaning of, set down on the table between the four of them, James, Lily, Sirius, Remus, and had said, quietly, "This is the thing the manuals call a battery fragment, and it is not for me, and it is not for any of us, but it is for our boy." Harry had, with the cup of tea in his hand, sat very still. He had asked, Sirius, "Did my father know?" Sirius had said, he knew. He did not, on the night, tell Lily. He told her in the morning. He had taken the manual, on the third date he and Lily ever had, in 1976, off the shelf of an old man's house in Yorkshire whose name I do not remember. He read it for 2 years. He bought the green coin for £10,000 in cash from a man in Bath, in 1979, who told him it had come up in an estate sale of an old wizarding family in Galway in 1947. He did not, on the night he set it on the table, know whose hand the ring would, at the end, be on. He hoped. He hoped, in the way the young hope. He hoped it would be his son. He was, your father was, a man who had read enough of the manuals to know that, on the planet, 3 pieces of an old foreign battery had been hidden, in 3 places, by 3 families, in the 16th century. He thought one of the 3 families had been ours. Harry, in the kitchen of the small house in Hogsmeade, with the cup of tea cooling in his hand, had not, by his own measure, been surprised. He had, in his small private way, been pleased. The shape of the thing he had been carrying for 7 years had, in this kitchen, on this afternoon, in a hand his godfather had set on the table and not lifted off, taken on a name. He had said, very evenly, "Thank you, Sirius." Sirius had said, very evenly, "Son." It had, in Harry's chest, been a small good word. The Triwizard Tournament was announced in the spring of year 3, with the laughing distant tone with which a headmaster announces a thing that has already, by the politics of the building, been settled. Harry had not entered. He had been 14 by then, by the terms of the tournament, ineligible. The goblet, in the autumn of year 4, had spit out his name anyway. He had walked up to the front of the hall in the calm impassive composed way he had walked up to the front of the hall on his sorting, and he had gone with the other 3 champions through the door behind the staff table, and he had stood in front of the 4 heads of school who had been brought to the castle and had said, evenly, in front of every adult in the building, "I did not put my name in the goblet." Crouch, the man who had been in charge of the tournament, and who was, by Harry's reading, not the man whose name was on the door, had said, "The contract, Mr. Potter, is binding. You have been entered. You will compete." "I did not," said Harry, very evenly, "put my name in the goblet. I would like that on the record. I will compete, since that is where the contract has put me. I will not, when this is over, accept the prize money. I do not need it. I will give it to Mr. Diggory, who is in the room. He has earned the right to compete and has earned, as well, the right to whatever the prize money is. I would like that, too, on the record. Carry on." He had said it in a voice that did not, in any of its registers, contain the panic the 4 heads of school had been waiting to see in a 14-year-old. It had contained a small dry administrative agreeability that had, in the run of the 7 minutes that followed, broken down 4 separate prepared speeches in 4 separate registers of indignation. Diggory, behind him in the room, had said, with the small pleased honesty of a person who had just been done a favor without asking for one, "Thank you, Potter. You don't have to." "I'll take it," Harry had said. "I haven't earned it." "You will." The first task had been the dragon. The dragon had been a Hungarian horntail, given to Harry by means of a magical lottery he had found, on the morning of the task, that he was the only champion who had not arranged in advance to be cheated into. He had, from a stand under the stadium in the cold dawn, watched the other 3 champions take, in turn, a Welsh green, a Swedish short snout, and a Chinese fireball, by means of 3 different elementary tricks. He had taken the horntail. He had taken her without using the ring. He had used a wand and a broom, the way a 14-year-old champion of Hogwarts was supposed to use a wand and a broom. The ring, on its thong, had stayed at the bottom of his shirt, while a clean sweep he had borrowed from Wood for the day had carried him, on Hal Jordan's reflexes, in two close fast inverted half-loops around the dragon's neck, and the wand in his left hand had dropped, with a charm Hermione had pulled out of an old defense paper, a silver-blue net over the dragon's eyes, and the egg had been in his hand and the broom had been over the rim of the stadium and back at the tents in 2 minutes and 17 seconds. The crowd, in the cold of a November morning, had been shocked into a brief, full-throated, real silence, after which they had screamed. The judges, who had been told in advance by Crouch, by the man who was wearing Crouch's name, that this 14-year-old in particular was to be given a fair shake, gave him 50 points out of 50. Karkaroff, the only man who had not been told, gave him 40. Maxime, who had no instructions, gave 46. He had walked out of the tent without acknowledging the crowd. He had gone to the medical tent, where Madame Pomfrey had not had to do anything. He had then walked, with Hermione and Ron, back to the school. He had, on the path, said, "Cedric did well. Crumb is good. Fleur is going to be a problem in the long." Hermione had said, "You did not use the ring." "Why would I?" "Because they would not have known." "I would have known. The ring stays out of this. This is mine. Mine and a broom and a wand. They get to score it on what they can score. The ring is not for being scored on." She had nodded. She had not said anything. They had walked. The second task and the third went the way the first had gone. Cedric was decent. Crumb was good. Fleur was going to be a problem in the long. The maze, on the night of the third, had been the maze. Harry had broken through to the cup with Cedric 2 yards behind him, and they had touched the cup at the same time, after a small amused conversation about it, and the cup, which had not been the cup, had taken them both to a graveyard. Wormtail had been in the graveyard, with a wrapped thing in his arms, and a knife. The wrapped thing in his arms had been Voldemort, what was left of him after the chamber and the orphanage and a small unlucky 2 years in Albania, and Voldemort had, on Wormtail's hand, said, in a voice that was the voice of a man being assembled, "Kill the spare." Wormtail had killed the spare. The spare was Cedric Diggory. Harry, in the same instant, had moved. He had not moved into a panic. He had moved the way a pilot moves when a flight goes black on him, with the discipline of a man whose hands had been trained, by long quiet hours, to know where every switch in the cockpit was. The stunner that came out of his wand at Wormtail was the stunner Snape had taught him in October in the corridor outside defense, in the small voice in the corner of his mouth, the version that did not, on any third-year syllabus, exist. Wormtail went down. The wrapped thing in his arms hit the dirt of the graveyard. The wrapped thing screamed. Harry, in his head, with the small precise inventory he had been taking since the cup had taken them, 13 Death Eaters by apparition signature, 1 body, 1 bound friend tied to a headstone, the body of Cedric, now, behind him, the bound figure of one Crouch Jr. whose polyjuice had worn off in the corridor after dinner 2 nights before, brought here by Voldemort's call, and a wrapped thing on the ground that was about to become a man. He did, what he had been trained to do. He went up. The construct was not a broom and not a skateboard. The construct was a fighter. It was the green lights version of a thing Hal Jordan had flown over a desert in 1969, the long lean nose, the high T-tail, the swept wing. It bloomed under Harry on the dirt of the graveyard, and Harry sat in the cockpit of green, and the cockpit hummed. The ring said, in the metal ruler voice, "Construct, F-86. Configuration, stable. Power level, 83%. Hal, in his head, said, in a voice that had, in this moment, more than ever, been the voice of a man in a cockpit, "Pull up." Harry pulled up. He went up 40 feet on the green afterburner. He kept the wand under his glove for the present. The 13 Death Eaters in the graveyard, who had operated in as their lord had been in the act of being assembled, looked up in the way 13 men in robes look up at an aircraft they have not been issued instructions about. The 13 Death Eaters, after the long second of looking, pointed wands. The first volley of curses hit the underside of the F-86 and slid off. The wing did not register them. The second volley hit the cockpit and was, by the small old protocol of a wand curse meeting a willpower construct on a high-gain channel, eaten. The F-86 took the energy and routed it to the engines. Harry banked. The F-86 came down on the Death Eaters in the manner Hal Jordan had banked, in a desert in 1969, on a row of artillery he had not been told he had to take out alone. The plane did not fire. Harry did not need it to fire. The plane carried, on its wings, 2 long lances of green light that, at the bottom of the bank, went out and through and across the line of Death Eaters in a curve, and the Death Eaters, on the curve, dropped, 1 and 1 and 1, the way bottles drop on a fence when a child with a sling has been practicing a long time. 11 of the 13 went down. The 2 who did not go down had had time to throw, on Voldemort's order, a counter-shield Harry had not, in any of the books, met before. Harry did not have a use for them. He went over them. He banked again. He came down on the wrapped thing on the dirt before the wrapped thing had finished becoming a man. He landed the F-86 on the dirt next to the cup. He stepped out. The plane dissolved. He took, from his glove, the wand. He took, off his thong, the ring. He held them both up. He said, very quietly, to the half-finished thing on the ground, "Tom." The half-finished thing on the ground turned, with the great ungainly half-formed effort of a body that had not had a body for 14 years, and looked at him. It said, in a voice that was the voice of Riddle in the chamber and the voice of the diary and the voice of Quirrell in the corridor and the voice of a fragment of a man in 3 different decades, you have grown. You have shrunk, said Harry. Sinestro, said the thing on the ground, very softly, will come. He will, said Harry. He has spoken to me, said the thing. I know. He will offer me a yellow ring. You will, said Harry, evenly, refuse it. Or you will accept it, and it will use you, and I will end you. This is the only choice you have left, Tom. I am giving it to you because I am, on this dirt, the only person you have to talk to who has not been told to lie to you. Take the choice. Do not, in your last private hour, cheat yourself. The thing on the ground laughed. It was a small laugh, the laugh of a body that had not yet been wired for laughs. It was, by the standard of Voldemort's laughs, a small unfinished thing, the sketch of a laugh that he would, with proper assembly, do better later. I will, said the thing, take the yellow ring. Then, said the thing, in the voice of a man who had decided, once again, in his long unwilling apprenticeship to fear, to throw away the better choice, I will see you again. The cup, by Harry's foot, was a portkey both ways. He took, with his left hand, the wand. He took, with his right, the cup. He took, with the construct of a green oval larger than the dirt where Cedric lay, the body of Cedric Diggory. He took, with the small last courtesy of a child of a household that had not been kind to him, the bound figure of Crouch Jr., who would by sundown be in the staff room of Hogwarts as a witness. He triggered the portkey. He went home. Voldemort, on the dirt, did not stop him. Voldemort, on the dirt, was, at this hour, 3% of a man. Harry came back to the maze with Cedric and Crouch and the cup, and Dumbledore, who had been told by McGonagall that the portkey had not been the portkey it had been advertised as, was in the path before the boy had landed. Dumbledore looked at the body. Dumbledore looked at the bound man. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Dumbledore said, very gently, my boy. Yes, sir. Walk with me. Harry walked with him. The crowd, at the rim of the maze, screamed. Mr. and Mrs. Diggory, in the stand, made the noise that Mr. and Mrs. Diggory were going to make for the rest of their lives. Crouch Jr., on the dirt, was lifted, in a quick spell, by Snape, and was taken into the staff room, where, within an hour, he had given a confession. Harry walked with Dumbledore. He did not, in the long quiet walk down the path, say anything. Dumbledore did not, in the walk, ask. Dumbledore had, by the second year, learned the small ungenerous truth that the boy Albus had placed on a Surrey doorstep 11 years ago was a boy Albus had not, in any of the small generous narratives Albus had been telling himself for the 11 years, deserved. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore had set the boy in the chair by the fire. He had said, "My boy, I have made a great many mistakes about you." "You have," said Harry, evenly. "I know which ones. You have known for some time." "I have known since I was 11, said Harry. "I have not, in the time, done you the discourtesy of speaking of them. I would like, now that we have a war in front of us, to speak of one. Will you let me?" Dumbledore had bowed his head. "Sir," said Harry. "The wraith on the dirt is going to, by the end of the year, take a yellow ring, which is an instrument from a foreign world. The yellow ring will give him a body again, and a power that is not the power he is used to. I would like you to know that I am, in the year that follows, going to be the only person on this island with the instrument to answer that power. I am not, in this, on a child's terms. I am not, sir, on the school's terms. I am on the world's terms. I would like your help. I will not, sir, ask for it more than once." Dumbledore had looked at him. He had said, very quietly, in the tone of a man who had made an argument for 11 years and had, in this room on this evening, lost it, "My boy. You will have it." "Thank you, sir." "Anything." "Tell me," said Harry, "where on this island the second oldest piece of OA is." Dumbledore had paused. "You knew." "Sir," said Harry, in the corridor of his mind, in the voice he had not used outside his own head before, "my mother's family was an old wizarding family. My father's, an older one. There is, on this island, a lantern power battery hidden under the forest at the school. Someone, sir, hid it. My ring, sir, found it. There is, on the same logic, a second battery. There is, on the same logic, a third. I have read enough of the manuals you have not been told are in the restricted section to know there are 3 on the planet. I would like the second by Christmas." Dumbledore had set, very gently, his hand on the desk. He had said, after a long second, "My boy. There is one in a chamber in the Department of Mysteries. There is one, beyond that, in a place I do not know. Will the first be enough?" "The first will be enough for what is coming." "Then," said Dumbledore, "you and I will, in the spring, take a small private trip. I think we have, by now, earned it." "Yes, sir." Harry had walked out of the office. He had gone down to the dormitory. He had not, in the corridor, cried. He had not, on the stair, cried. He had not, in the bedroom, cried. He had lain on his back on the 4-poster, with the canopy above him, and he had said, very quietly, to the quiet of the tower, "Cedric." The wand on the cabinet, on its private accord, had given off a small spark. The ring on his chest had pulsed, once, in answer. In his head, Hal Jordan had said, in the voice of a man who had laid more than one body in the dirt of more than one continent, "You did not lose him, kid." "I did," said Harry. "You didn't. He was lost when the cup was switched. I should have read it. You couldn't have. You were 14. You were in a maze. I should have. I will read the next one. I will not lose another." Hal had said nothing. Hal had said nothing for some hours. The tower had, in the dark, settled. Harry had, at last, around 3 in the morning, gone to sleep. Outside, on the parapet of the astronomy tower, an owl had called once. The lake, in the dark, had moved, the way it moved. In a clearing in the forbidden forest, 20 meters under thin sweet earth, the older green light, the older of the two greens on the planet, had pulsed 3 times in slow succession. The pulse had gone, as pulses in this language go, toward the south. The pulse had been answered, very faintly, from the chamber under the Department of Mysteries in London. The pulse had been heard. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, Department of Mysteries. The autumn of year 5 had been, as autumns went, ugly. The ministry, having read the wraith on the front of the paper that summer and having decided, by the small political accounting of a department under siege, that the easier hand to play was the hand that called Albus Dumbledore a liar and Harry Potter a fantasist, had sent into the school an undersecretary in pink, Dolores Umbridge, and had given her a defense classroom and a small hard book that was, by every test of pedagogy, an insult. Umbridge, in the small hard book, had taught the 3rd dash, 4th dash, 5th dash, 6th dash, and 7th years that the practice of defensive spells was not, by ministry policy, a thing 15-year-olds in a wartime country needed to do. Harry, on the 3rd day of term, had sat at the back of the classroom with his hands folded and his book open and had, in his head, taken the small dry inventory, that he had, on his hand, a power ring at full charge from the battery in the Forbidden Forest, that he had, on the same hand, a wand that had, by the spring of year 4, learned the precise small ways the ring liked to be used, that he had, on his neck, a thong on which a small green coin from a vault hung, that he had, in the school, a friend who could and would write him a curriculum that the defense classroom was no longer providing, that he had, on the staff, 2 adults who would, in the matter of his being permitted to teach a curriculum to a small private group of his peers, look the other way, and that he was 15. He had said, that night, in the common room, to Hermione and Ron and the 4 older boys and girls who had been, by that night, beginning to gather around them in the way boys and girls in a school gather around a thing they had seen done well, I am going to teach you. Once a week. In the room of requirement. The room is a room I have been using for 2 years and I will, on the first night, show you what it does. It will hold us. We will not be found. We will, by the end of the year, be ready. Hermione had said, in her small precise voice, we need a name. Ron had said, in the way of a Weasley who had been, by his birth, a person who saw committees from below, Dumbledore's army. Hermione had blinked. Hermione had said, that is, bloody perfect, said Ron. It is, Harry had said, evenly. The DA met every Wednesday. By Christmas it was 25 strong. By Easter it was 40. They learned, in the room of requirement, the things Lupin had taught Harry in 3rd year and the things Snape had taught Harry, in 2 corridors, in the small voice in the corner of his mouth, in 3rd and 4th. They learned the Patronus charm. By the end of February 11 of them had cast a corporeal Patronus, which was, by the small dry standard of the ministry's own Aura exams, a 5th-year final pass rate on a 5th-year skill in a 6th year that had not been allowed to be taught. They learned a small specific thing Harry called the discipline of the eye, which Hermione, with the small precise patience of a girl who had been talking to Harry for 4 years and had read his shape on the inside, formalized into a unit of practice. They learned, the older ones, a small specific thing Harry called dogfighting, which was the trick of taking, on a broom in a confined corridor, a curse from below and an angle. The DA worked. The DA worked because the DA was being taught by a 15-year-old who had, on his hand, an instrument that had, in his 8 years of the wearing, taught him every small ungenerous truth there was to know about how a fight came down between people who were better and people who were prepared. He taught preparation. He taught calm. He taught, the line he had inherited, in his head, from a dead pilot whose voice he had, by year 5, only heard in his fights, cool head, hot stick. Sirius Black had come, in late January, to the room of requirement for a single Wednesday, by way of a personal invitation, and had stood at the back of the room with his arms folded and a small private grin on his face, watching his godson teach. Sirius, who had, in a long bad 12 years, been told by everyone he had met that the boy in the kitchen on the night of the betrayal would have grown up to be a small ungovernable thing, had stood at the back of the room and had, with the slow unsure pleasure of a man whose grief had, on this evening, been corrected, watched his godson teach. He had said, after, in the corridor, "You're good at this." "I had a long apprenticeship," said Harry. "Where?" "In a cupboard." Sirius had not, at this, smiled. Sirius had, after a moment, very gently, said, "Son, you do not, on me, have to have a small dry comeback for everything." "I do not," said Harry, "have a small dry comeback for everything. I had one for that." "Why?" "Because," said Harry, "I know what cupboards are for. I know what they took from me. I will not, in my life, for the polite comfort of an adult, lie about how I was made. Not even to you, Sirius. Especially not to you." Sirius had, at that, set his hand on Harry's shoulder and had not lifted it for a long second. In the corridor outside the room, the small old castle had moved, in the way the castle moved. Umbridge had, in October, set the boy a detention. The detention had been the writing of a line, with a quill she had supplied. The quill, by the small bad invention of an inquisitor who had decided that the boys and girls in her classroom had not, in their 15 years, been broken in the right places, drew its ink from the back of the hand of the writer. Harry had, at the desk in her office, taken the quill. He had read, at the first stroke, the small bright shock of a piece of dark magic that had no business being on a desk in a school. He had said, in the small dry voice he kept for adults who needed correcting in their own buildings, "Professor." "Yes, dear. This is, by any reading, illegal. It is, dear, school administered. The ministry has made the small administrative ruling that a tool used by a teacher in the discharge of her duties is, by the small administrative reading, not a tool of dark magic, but a tool of pedagogy. Carry on, dear." Harry had, at the desk, set the quill down. He had taken, from his pocket, his own quill. He had taken, from his bag, a fresh sheet. He had begun to write the line, "I must not tell lies," in his own ink, with his own quill, on his own sheet, in his own hand, in the polite slanted script Petunia had, by some old quiet failure of her own, taught him at 5. Umbridge had, at the desk, said, "Dear." "Yes, Professor. That is not, dear, the quill I have given you. It is not, Professor. You will, dear, write with the quill I have given you." "I will not, Professor." The room had quieted. Umbridge had set down her cup of tea. She had said, in the small high syrup of the voice that had broken, by Halloween, 2 senior teachers at the school, "Dear, child, boy, you will write with the quill I have given you, or you will, dear, by the small administrative ruling of the ministry, find that this detention, dear, is the first of a long line of detentions, by the end of which, Harry had, very evenly, set down his own quill. He had said, "Professor. Yes. I have, on my hand, an instrument that the ministry does not, by any reading of any of the small administrative rulings of any of its departments, have a category for. The instrument has, by my reading of the small administrative rulings, no jurisdiction. The instrument is, by my own reading of my own conscience, prepared to leave a mark on the hand of any adult who attempts, in this building, to leave a mark on a child. I would, Professor, like to give you the small dry courtesy of telling you that I will not, in this room, on the night, write a single line in my own blood. If you would, in your turn, give me the small dry courtesy of permitting me, in this room, on the night, to leave, I will not, on the night, give you the small dry mark on the hand the instrument is prepared to give you." Umbridge had, on the line, made the small high startled noise of a woman who had been, in a long political career, not corrected by a 15-year-old before. Harry had stood up. He had taken, with great care, his own quill and his own sheet and his own bag. He had walked, with the small old polite slowness of a boy who had been raised in a household where boys did not, by the long bad protocol of the household, run, the length of the office to the door. He had opened the door. He had said, on the threshold, "Professor." Yes. I will not, by your small administrative ruling, write any of your small administrative lines for the rest of the year. If you would, in your turn, write, on the small administrative card on which my school record is kept, the small administrative number of the small administrative detentions you are giving me, write all of them, please, in advance. I would, in my turn, find that small dry courtesy a kindness. Umbridge, in the office, had not said anything. Harry had walked out. He had walked, in the corridor, the long quiet way back to the tower. He had said, in his head, to Hal Jordan, who had not, since the spring of 4th year, been a regular voice, the voice had, by year 5, become the small private voice of an instrument in a memory together. Hal. Yes, kid. Was that all right? That, said Hal, was the line of an officer. I am not an officer. You are, said Hal, the closest thing this country has, on the night, to an officer. I will not do that to her again. You won't have to. She'll be gone by Easter. Her kind always are. She had been gone by Easter. She had, in March, by the small private theatrical mismatch of a woman who had not, on her appointment, read the small old ungenerous magic of the building she had been appointed to, the building that had, for 1,000 years, been a school, and had, in the long bad year of her presence, been deciding that it had no further use for her, taken a centaur arrow to the leg in the forbidden forest, in an unauthorized expedition that had been the small last public theatrical of her tenure. The papers had not, on the morning of her departure, been kind. The ministry had, on the same morning, sent a quiet replacement. Snape had, in the corridor outside the defense classroom on the morning of the replacement, said, in the small dry voice he kept for the corner of his mouth, "Mr. Potter." Yes, Professor. The instrument on your hand, on the night of your detention, did not, by any reading of any of the small administrative rulings of any of the departments of the building in which you were detained, leave a single mark on the hand of the woman in the office. It did not, Professor. You did not, in fact, on the night, intend to use it. I did not, Professor. You bluffed. I bluffed, Professor. Snape had, at this, very nearly smiled. He had said, evenly, you will, in the year, learn the small dry difference between a bluff and a threat. The instrument on your hand, Mr. Potter, by the long old protocols of a man I have been told, is a thing that does not, by its design, bluff. You will, in the year, learn the difference between what your instrument is prepared to do and what you, on its strength, are prepared to make it do. I will, in the year, not, in this corridor, again, give you the small dry advice I have just given you. Yes, Professor. Snape had walked on. In the small dark of his head, Hal had said, in the small dry approval of a man who had, in his own bad apprenticeship to a different uniformed teacher, been spoken to, on a corridor, in the same small dry voice once, very long ago, he is teaching you. I know. He is teaching you the only thing your father did not get around to teaching himself. I know. Listen to him. I am. The occlumency lessons had begun in November. They had been, by the small ungenerous standard of a teacher who had been told to teach a boy a thing the teacher had not, by his own apprenticeship, been pleased to teach, ungenerous. They had been, by the small private standard of a boy who had been told, at the end of the second lesson, that the lesson would be, by the small administrative ruling of the headmaster, the only inheritance the boy would have that he had not, in the small private theatrical of his own discipline, made for himself, generous. Snape had, in November, said, evenly, on the second lesson, Mr. Potter. The mind is, in our country, in our craft, a building. The building has rooms. Some rooms, you will, in your life, want strangers in. Most rooms, you will not. The man we are training you to keep out is a man who, by the small ungenerous arithmetic of a long bad apprenticeship, has the master key. We are, in the small dry months between this lesson and the moment in which he tries the key, not training you to lock the door. We are training you, Mr. Potter, to make the building smaller than the keyhole. Yes, Professor. Smaller than the keyhole, said Snape. Smaller than the keyhole, Professor. Snape had nodded. He had said, evenly, the lesson begins. The lesson had begun. By Easter, Snape had not, in 23 lessons, been able, by his own small ungenerous reading, to find a single room in Harry's mind he had not been politely escorted into and, on the polite escort, escorted out of. By Easter the master key had, on the long bad accounting of the man who held it, been set down. It was at Easter that the dreams began. They had been small at first. They had been the kind of dream Harry could, on waking, identify as a dream. They had been a long corridor, lit by torches, with a black door at the end. He had walked the corridor in a body that was not his. The body had been longer than his and thinner than his and had walked with a step that was not his, and he had read on the walls, in his own small dry inventory, the architecture of the Ministry of Magic, which he had not been to but had been told the shape of, by Sirius and by Tonks, in the long winter evenings of February. By the 1st of May the dreams had been bigger. He had begun to walk the corridor every night. He had begun to know, in the dream, the precise pitch of the door at the end of the corridor and the precise low hum behind it. He had said, on the 3rd week of the dreams, to Snape, in the corridor outside Defense, for he had been, by that year, in the small private way the school had not been told about, taking lessons with Snape that were the kind of lessons one of them had inherited from his own teacher and the other had not been issued, lessons in occlumency, sir. Yes, Mr. Potter. I have been, since Easter, having a dream. Snape had stopped in the corridor. Snape had turned. Snape had looked at him. Tell me. Harry had told him. Snape had, at the end, said, the dream is being given to you. The Dark Lord, Mr. Potter, is in possession, by some unfortunate small history I will not, today, tell you the whole of an open line into your head. He is using it. He is, I think, using it tonight. Sir. The thing he wants is in the Department of Mysteries. He cannot, by any law, take it himself. He needs you. He has, in the dream he is sending you, set a bait for you. The bait is not yet baited. He is going, in the next month, to bait it. When the bait is baited you will, by your nature, want to go. Sir. You will not, said Snape, evenly, go. Sir. You will tell me. You will tell the headmaster. You will tell, if the headmaster is unavailable, Professor McGonagall. You will, on the dishonor of the man who at 14 sat in a potions classroom and quoted me at me, not, Mr. Potter, on the night the bait is baited, go to the Department of Mysteries. Yes, Professor. Snape had, at this, allowed himself the small private nod a man allowed himself who had, in the matter of a small dry promise, been given the small dry promise he had asked for. Harry had walked away. He had, on the night the bait was baited, gone to the Department of Mysteries. He had not gone the way Voldemort had wanted him to. He had not gone, in panic, with a girl and 3 boys at his heels, after a vision of his godfather. He had gone, with 5 friends and the godfather and Lupin and Tonks and Mad Eye Moody and Kingsley Shacklebolt, in the controlled and prepared formation of a small unit that had, by the small precise discipline of 2 years of preparation, been ready for the night since the first of the dreams. The bait had been Sirius Black. The bait had been baited at 9:30 on a Wednesday night, with a small clean Patronus from a fox that had been, by Tonks' identification on the cobble, Mundungus Fletcher's Patronus, sent from a corner of the atrium of the ministry, with the 2-line message Sirius is here and they have him in the Hall of Prophecies. The Patronus had reached the order at the safe house in London at 23 minutes to 10, and at 22 minutes to 10 Sirius Black, who had been reading the paper at the kitchen table, had set the paper down and had said, very evenly, that is interesting, given that I am here. Harry had said, into the open flow line at his end at Hogwarts, where Snape had told him, on the morning of the day, that the bait would be baited tonight or, perhaps, tomorrow night, and where Harry had been, in consequence, sitting up, Sirius. Stay there. Do not leave the kitchen. You are the bait. You are not, in that kitchen, missing. The bait is a lie. The order will, in the next 10 minutes, by the small precise plan we have prepared, take the night. Sirius had said, my godson. Yes. You will not, on the small dry pleasure of being right, today, take a single risk you do not need to. I will not, said Harry. I am, on tonight, on the small dry side of the plan. I will be on the way. The order will be ahead of me. I will, in the way of a small dry favor, be in the corridor when the corridor needs me, and not before. Sirius had said, all right, son. The order had operated into the atrium of the ministry at 16 minutes to 10 with Mad Eye in the lead and Lupin and Tonks at his shoulders and Kingsley behind him with the grim quiet of a man who had been, in his own way, a soldier in this country for 15 years. They had gone down to the Department of Mysteries by the lift. Harry had operated into the atrium at 12 minutes to 10 with Hermione and Ron and Neville and Luna and Ginny, the 5 of them, by his own small private design, the 5 members of the DA he most trusted, and the 5 he had told, 2 weeks before, exactly what the night might be, and had gone down by the second lift. Voldemort, in his head, had not been expecting the order. Voldemort had been expecting, by the long bad accounting of a man who had been preparing for this night since the day the bait was baited, a 15-year-old in a panic, with 4 friends behind him, in a corridor he had not been to before, in a building he had not been authorized to be in. Voldemort had been wrong on every count. The Hall of Prophecies, when they came to it through the door at the end of the long corridor, had been a great long room with 1,000 small glass spheres on 1,000 small shelves, each sphere glowing very faintly with a memory it had not yet been read. The shelf with Harry's name on it had been at row 97. They had stood by it. The bait had been there. The bait had been a small glass sphere with the names of 2 men on it, S, P, T, to A, P, W, B, D, the Dark Lord and Harry Potter. The Death Eaters, Lucius Malfoy at their head, had come out of the dark of the hall in the full small theatrical bloom of a dozen men who had been told by their lord that, on this night, 12 men had been more than enough. The Sinestro Corps had come behind them. 12 Death Eaters had been, by the small dry standard of a Tuesday at the ministry, a manageable problem. 12 Death Eaters and the avatar of Sinestro himself, in the long high pale form of a man with red skin and yellow eyes and a yellow ring on his finger, who had stepped out of the door behind the Death Eaters with the small terrible grin of a man who had been waiting, on the other side of a veil for a long time, for a brother, that had been a different problem. Sinestro had said, in the long high voice of an instrument and not a person, lantern. Harry had said, evenly, Sinestro. You have not come of age. I have come, said Harry, of age. Sinestro had laughed. It had been the laugh of a man who had laughed, in long bad rooms in long dead worlds, at 15-year-olds for 15-year-old reasons. It had been the laugh of a tall man who had not, in a long bad apprenticeship to fear, been told a thing he had not himself, in the long apprenticeship, taught. Boy, said Sinestro. The man behind me. The man under your bridge. The man you have been called, in your country, to fight. He is mine. He has accepted, in the last year, the small yellow ring I have sent to him through the veil. He is, by the long old protocol of the Yellow Corps, my recruit. You will not, on this night, kill him. You will not, on this night, take him. You will, on this night, with the small army of children you have brought with you, give me your green ring, give me the fragment of OA you have on your neck, give me the names of the others in this country who have, in the last 400 years, hidden the rest of the batteries. You will give me, in short, the planet, or you will not, in the next 10 minutes, leave this hall. Harry had, very carefully, set the prophecy on the shelf. He had said, evenly, into the long quiet hall, Sinestro. Yes, child. Step out of the way. The Hall of Prophecies, at that, had erupted in the long old bloom of a war that had not been waged on this island in any of the books. It had been, by every standard of dueling, magnificent. Lupin and Tonks and Mad-Eye and Kingsley had taken the far side of the hall. Lucius Malfoy had apparat to the high arch of the entrance and had taken Bellatrix and Rodolphus with him to the central aisle. Harry had taken, with the small precise discipline of a 15-year-old whose right hand had been at 98% on the way down the lift, the construct of a green-edged silver-banded fighter, Hal's F-86, on a pulse and a half of remembered air, and had banked it the length of the hall in a single tight turn, low under the ceiling and over the heads of the 5 DA members behind him, and had taken 3 Death Eaters down, by the small precise pass of the lance under the wing, in 2.5 seconds. Hermione, behind him, had taken a Death Eater on the right flank with a small unhurried stunner. Ron, on the left, had taken one with a much louder stunner. Neville, who had grown, in the year, into a boy whose hands had a small certain tooth in them when he chose to use them, had taken one with a piece of wandwork his grandmother had taught him. Luna and Ginny had taken the last 2, by the small unrehearsed cooperation of 2 girls who had, by the spring, been training together every Tuesday in a corridor on the 7th floor. Sinestro, in the high arch at the end of the hall, had not moved. He had watched. He had watched the 5 children at the back of the hall and the 4 adults at the front and the boy on the green plane in the middle of the hall, and he had, after a long quiet half-minute, said, very softly, into the hall, "You are, Lantern, what was advertised. I am. You have, in the children behind you, been thorough. I have. You will not, on the small dry mathematics of the night, take me. I will not," said Harry, "take you on the small dry mathematics of the night. I will, on the small dry mathematics of the next 10 minutes, take half a core of yours." The half-core had come. It had come, on Sinestro's call, through the veil at the back of the hall. The veil, the thin black hanging the order had been, in the small private way, told never to walk into, had bloomed yellow at the edges, and 12 men in yellow uniforms had stepped through, with rings on their fingers, and had stood at Sinestro's shoulders. The hall had quieted. Bellatrix, near the high arch, had laughed. Sirius, who had apparat from the kitchen at 24 minutes to 10 on Mad-Eye's signal, had come up the side aisle. He had not, by his own small private discipline, drawn his wand until he had been in the hall. He had drawn his wand now. He had, by the small old habit of a man who had been a duelist before he had been an ex-prisoner, taken Bellatrix at the hip with a curse that had been, by the small dry ferocity of his face, the curse of a man who had been waiting 11 years for the curse. Bellatrix, on the curse, had screamed. The Sinestro Corps half-core had moved. They had moved on Harry, by Sinestro's command, in the small old triangular formation of a corps that had been, for 2,000 years in the long bad universes, the formation that broke a single lantern. Harry had pulled up. The F-86, in the air over the hall, had gone vertical. The lances under the wings had gone, on the climb, to 4. Hal, in his head, with the long quiet attention of a pilot who had, in one war and on the way out of another, taken on a half-core, said, "Kid. The brace, on 3. 2, 3. Harry had done the brace on 3. The brace had been a thing Hal had taught him, in the shed, at 9, on a Saturday. The brace had been a small precise green geometry that, on a single pulse, took every yellow construct in a sphere of 50 meters and inverted its alignment. The brace had been, by Hal's small dry account, a thing only a lantern who had been in his own ring for a decade could make, and a lantern who had been in his ring for a decade could only make it once a fight without going to 0 on the count. Harry, by the spring of his 5th year, had been wearing his ring for 9 years. He had made the brace. He had gone, on the brace, to 21%. The half-core, on the brace, had been pulled, in a long unwilling collective spin, into a knot of yellow on the floor of the hall, where their constructs had been, in the small precise green inversion, eaten by the brace and replayed back to them, and they had, 11 of the 12, gone down. The 12th had taken, on the way down, a wand to the throat from Mad-Eye. He had gone, with the 11, into the small unconscious heap of yellow on the marble. Sinestro, alone in the high arch, had watched the heap. He had said, in a voice that had, in it, the small high tooth of a man who had been corrected, very softly, "You are something." "I am," said Harry, from the cockpit of the F-86 above the hall, "the man you came to take." "I am the man, Sinestro, you are leaving without." Sinestro had stepped, very slowly, back through the veil. The veil, at his step, had bloomed once and stilled. Bellatrix, in the high arch on her hip, had pulled, with the small bad last laugh of a woman who had been waiting 12 years for a single line, a wand from her hip and had thrown a curse, low and green, at the side aisle. The curse had taken Sirius. Sirius had been, on the curse, in the act of stepping back into the side aisle to take Tonk's offered hand. The curse had hit him below the ribs. He had gone down. Harry had come down on the F-86 in a single hard bank that had taken the plane, in a long unwilling decompression, into the marble at the foot of the high arch, where the construct had dissolved, and Harry, on the floor, had run. He had reached his godfather as his godfather was, by the small dry private accounting of every body he had ever knelt over in his life, going. He had taken Sirius's hand. He had said, evenly, "Sirius." Sirius had said, "Son." Harry had said, evenly, again, "Sirius." Sirius had said, in the small unsure last voice of a man who had not, in a long bad 12 years, been allowed, by the small public theater of his life, to say the right thing at the right time, "I am proud, son." He had, on the marble, gone. Harry had set his godfather's hand down. He had, on the marble, knelt for the count of 3. He had, after the 3, stood. He had said, in the small clean voice he had not, in 15 years, used out loud, in brightest day. In blackest night. The hall of prophecies, on the line, had quieted. "No evil," said Harry, "shall escape my sight." The veil, on the second line, had gone dark. "Let those who worship evil's might." Bellatrix, on her hip, had begun, in the small old way of a woman who had not been told the line, to laugh. "Beware my power," said Harry. He had pointed, at the veil, the construct of a long bright green sword. The sword, on the point, had gone through the veil. Green lantern's light. The veil, on the line, had bloomed, once, in a long bright spreading green that had, on the high arch, set every yellow ring in the heap of unconscious Sinestro Corps members on the floor to brittle. The yellow rings, on the brittle, had cracked. The cracking, on the marble, had been the small high noise of an old thing breaking. The hall, after the line, had been, by every standard of war, very quiet. Mad Eye, at the side aisle, had, with the small dry precision of a man who had buried his friends in 12 countries, knelt at Sirius. He had set a hand on Sirius's chest. He had said, evenly, into the hall, "Sirius Black is dead." The hall, on the line, did not move. Lupin, beside Mad Eye, had said, evenly, into the hall, "We will, on the night, take him home." Tonks, on the side aisle, did not, in the small dry way of a young Auror who had been, at this hour, the niece of the man on the marble, say anything. Harry had stood at the high arch, with the wand in his left hand and the ring on his right and the long ridiculous green sword still in his palm, and he had not, on the marble, cried. He had not cried because the crying was, at this hour, a thing he was not yet allowed. The night was not done. He had read that, at 6, on the cupboard floor. He had read that, at 8, on the lawn under the moon. He had read that, at 12, in the chamber. He had read it, every time, with the small clean discipline of a person who knew that the work, after the body fell, was the work. He had said, into the hall, "We will, on the night, take him home." Lupin had said, into the hall, "Son." Harry had said, into the hall, very evenly, "Tomorrow." He had walked, with the wand in his left hand and the ring on his right and the long ridiculous green sword still in his palm, the length of the Hall of Prophecies, and the green sword had gone, behind him, with him, like a long bright shadow, and the veil had not, on his step, opened, and the hall had not, on his step, made any further argument. He had gone home. Outside on the cobble of the atrium of the ministry, in the cold of a late spring midnight, with 5 friends around him and Mad Eye on the lift behind him and Sirius's body, in the small old courtesy of an orer who had, in 12 countries, carried his friends home, on Mad Eye's shoulder, Harry had stopped. He had said, evenly, to the cobble of the atrium of the ministry, in brightest day. The atrium had not, in the night, done anything. He had said, very evenly, in blackest night. The atrium had not, in the night, done anything. He had said, very evenly, no evil shall escape my sight. The atrium had, on the line, very faintly, hummed. The fountain in the middle of the atrium, the fountain with the gilt witch and the gilt wizard and the gilt house elf and the gilt centaur, had given, on the line, a single small unwilling shake. The water in the fountain had, on the shake, lifted, an inch above its level, and had not, in the long quiet half-second, fallen. Harry had said, very evenly, the rest of the oath, into the atrium of the ministry of a country that had not, in any of the long bad terms of a long bad century, been told the words, let those who worship evils might beware my power. Green Lantern's light. The water had fallen. The atrium, after, had been quiet. Mad Eye, behind him, had said, evenly, Potter. Yes. What did you, on the marble, in the hall, do? I broke, said Harry, evenly, the yellow core's presence on the planet 4, by my reading, 6 months. 6 months. 6 months. Then we have, said Harry, evenly, 6 months. He had, on the cobble, knelt to Sirius. He had set, very gently, the long ridiculous green sword on the cobble. He had let it dissolve. He had, with both hands, taken his godfather's body from Mad Eye's shoulder. He had carried him, in the small old way of a son carrying a father, the length of the atrium to the lift. He had said, on the lift, very evenly, into the small box of metal and brass, to no one and to all of them at once, tomorrow. The lift, on the line, had risen. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, Brightest Day 6 months, Mad Eye had said, on the cobble in the atrium. 6 months, Harry had said, on the cobble in the atrium. 6 months had not been a long time. Harry, who had, by the morning after the Hall of Prophecies, been in a small upstairs bedroom on Privet Drive for the last summer of his school life, had sat on the chair under the window and looked at Privet Drive in the late June sun and thought, with the small clean discipline he had been bringing to such matters since he was 6, about how the 6 months were going to go. He had, by the time Vernon's rover had pulled out of the drive on the morning of the second day, drawn the architecture on a sheet of paper. He had folded the sheet. He had put the sheet in the leather thong with the green coin and the ring. He had not, in the long 13 weeks of the holiday, taken the sheet out again. He had not needed to. The architecture had been, after the first morning, a thing he was carrying. Sirius Black had been buried on the 3rd Saturday of June, on the lawn of the small house in Hogsmeade he had quietly bought from a cousin 2 years before going to Azkaban. The grave had been dug, in the small dry private accounting, by Andromeda Tonks and Remus Lupin and Mad Eye Moody and Harry, in turn, with a single shovel passed from hand to hand. The body had been laid in the grave by Lupin and Mad Eye, who had been, by the small dry record, his oldest friends in the country. The grave had been closed by Andromeda and by Harry, who had been, by the small dry record, his only family. Harry had not, on the lawn of the small house in Hogsmeade, on the 3rd Saturday of June, said any of the small old lines. He had stood at the foot of the grave with his hands at his sides and the wand in the inside pocket of his coat and the ring under the leather thong on his neck, and he had, for the count of 50, said nothing. At the count of 50 he had said, into the small grey afternoon, Sirius. The small grey afternoon had not, on the line, said anything. He had said, evenly, I will not, in any of the rooms in front of me, on the years that follow, set the ring down. I will not, in any of the corridors, in any of the towers, in any of the small dry administrative meetings of any of the new departments of any of the new ministries, set it down. I will not, on the morning the work is done, set it down. I will, on the morning the work is done, take a flight, and I will, in the long quiet of the flight, ask whether the work, by the small dry private accounting, is done. If it is, I will not, on the lawn, set it down. I will keep it. I will keep it, serious, in the small dry private accounting, because the man who taught me, in his long bad 12 years and his small good months, what a son was a man who, in his long bad 12 years and his small good months, never set the small dry private accounting down. I will keep it for him. He had set, on the foot of the grave, the small green coin. He had taken, off the leather thong on his neck, the coin, and laid it on the foot of the grave for the count of 3. At 3 he had taken the coin back. He had said, very evenly, for 3, serious. Not forever. Not yet. The small green coin, on his hand, had pulsed once. Andromeda Tonks, on his elbow, had said, very softly, son. Harry had, at the line, not, on the lawn, by the small dry record, cried. He had said, evenly, ma'am. She had said, in the long quiet way of a woman who had, by 60, learned the small dry private discipline of saying things in the shape of small short sentences, he was proud of you. I know. He told me. In the spring. I know. She had set, on his shoulder, very gently, the kind of hand a small dry old aunt set on the shoulder of a young man who had not, by the long bad apprenticeship of a long quiet decade, been used to such a hand. She had said, go on. He had gone on. Year 6 had begun without his being a student in it. He had walked, on the 1st of September, into the headmaster's office, with the wand in his left hand and the ring on his right and the leather thong with the green coin on his neck, and had said, evenly, sir, I am, by the small dry arithmetic of the year, not on the books. Dumbledore had, at the desk, set down his quill. He had said, my boy. Sir. Albus Dumbledore had, on the desk, looked at him for a long quiet second. He had said, very gently, you have, my boy, not, in your life, asked me for a single thing. I have not, sir. You will, this morning, ask me for the second. I will, sir. Tell me. I want, sir, the use of the school's old map of the second battery. I want, sir, the use of the flu and the apparition wards on the school for the year. I want, sir, the small dry permission of the staff to come and go from the corridors at hours that are not on the timetable. I want, sir, the use of the room of requirement at hours of my own choosing. I want, sir, the small dry administrative decision that when the man in the country comes for me, the man in the country comes for me at the school and not, sir, at the village. I want, sir, the time that the second battery will give me, in the autumn, when I take it out of the chamber under the Department of Mysteries. I want, sir, the staff to do, on the night, what the staff does best, which is to keep, in their corridors, the children. I want, sir, your word. You have it, my boy. Thank you, sir. You will, my boy, by the spring, if the small dry arithmetic of the year is good, by the spring, my boy, finish. I will, sir. You will, my boy, in the small dry private arithmetic of the year, do what I, in my long bad apprenticeship to my own private accounting, was, in my long bad apprenticeship, never quite able to do. I will, sir. Dumbledore had, at the desk, set his hand on the quill and had not, on the desk, lifted it for a long second. He had said, very gently, my boy. Sir. Forgive me. For what, sir? Albus Dumbledore had said, in the long quiet of his own old voice, the small old name of a small old failure, for Privet Drive. Harry had not, on the line, said anything for a long second. He had said, after a long second, evenly, "Sir." "Yes, my boy. I have, sir, by the long bad apprenticeship of my own life, learned a small dry trick. The trick is, sir, to take, in any one transaction, only the apology that, in the long bad ledger, has not yet been paid. The apology you are, sir, on the desk, paying, is, by the long bad ledger, the apology of a man who set a 6-year-old on a Surrey doorstep on the small ungenerous bet that the boy would, on the doorstep, become a man you could use. By the small dry arithmetic of my own ledger, sir, you have, on this morning, paid the apology in advance of the use. By the small dry arithmetic of the same ledger, sir, the use, on the year, is mine. The apology, sir, will not, in the year, be necessary again." Albus Dumbledore had, at the desk, in the long quiet of his own old voice, said, very gently, "My boy. Sir. You will, my boy, on the year, be, on this island, the man." "I will, sir." Albus Dumbledore had, on the morning, given him the map. The chamber under the Department of Mysteries had been, by the long old design of an architect Harry had not been told the name of, a small round room with a circular floor of black stone. The room had been, on the night Harry had walked into it with Mad Eye and Tonks and Lupin behind him, very quiet. The battery, on the floor, had been a small green glowing lantern the size of a hat, on a pedestal of black marble. It had been, by the small dry standard of the second oldest piece of OA on the planet, very modest. Harry had, on the threshold, said, evenly, into the room, "I am." The battery had, on the line, pulsed once. He had walked, in the small old way of a person who had been preparing for a small long-anticipated appointment, the length of the room. He had set, on the pedestal, his right hand, palm down, on the lantern. The lantern, on the touch, had given, on the touch, a small bright pulse that had run up his arm and into his shoulder and across his collarbone and, on the small old protocol, into the ring on his finger. The ring, on the pulse, had said, in the metal ruler voice he had been hearing for 10 years, "Power level, 100%. Reservoir capacity, increased by 42%. Range, increased by 78%. Construct catalog, complete. Recharge interval, indefinite." Hal, in his head, in a voice that had, in it, the small old surprise of a man who had not, in his 10 years of sharing a head, been at full strength on the wearer's side, "Kid. We're full." "We're full," said Harry. "We're," said Hal, by the small dry mathematics of the night, "ready." "We are," said Harry. He had stood, in the small round room with the battery on the pedestal, for a long quiet half-minute. He had said, very evenly, into the room, the small old line he had not, until tonight, on the small dry record, said in any of the rooms he had said it in for any of the small private reasons he had said it in brightest day. In blackest night. "No evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evils might beware my power. Green Lantern's light." The battery, on the line, had bloomed. It had bloomed for a half-second, the small round chamber under the Department of Mysteries, in a long bright green that had run up the walls and across the ceiling and down the columns and into the long old stone of the building, and the building, on the bloom, had answered. The building had, in its own small old voice, said, "I have heard you." The battery had, on the answer, settled. Harry had taken his hand off the pedestal. He had walked, with Mad Eye and Tonks and Lupin behind him, the length of the chamber to the door. He had not, on the way, in the small old courtesy of a man who had been told that the battery would, in the long old protocol, be left for the next, taken the lantern off the pedestal. He had left it. He had said, on the threshold, evenly, into the room, "I will, on the night the work is done, come back." The battery, on the line, had pulsed once. The first move of the man in the country had come on the 2nd of November. It had come at Hogsmeade. The man in the country had taken, by the small bad coordination of a sinestro fragment he had, on the spring of 5th year, accepted onto his finger, and an army of 54 Death Eaters he had spent the summer reorganizing, the village of Hogsmeade. He had taken it at 6 in the morning, with a fog the village had not had, in living memory, in November. He had set, in the center of the village, a small bright yellow ring of fear that, by the small old protocol of a sinestral fragment, ran into every mind in the village in a half-second and gave, in every mind in the village, the small old yellow gift, the gift of the most particular fear. The villagers, on the gift, had begun, in the small old way of villagers under such gifts, to scream, and to run, and to throw, in the small old way of frightened persons under such gifts, the small private things they kept in their cottages, the doors, the chairs, the pots, the cupboards, out of the cottages and into the street. Harry, in the tower, had, by the 3rd minute, been on the sky. He had not gone to Hogsmeade by the lawn or the gates. He had gone, in the small old way of a lantern at full charge with a working catalogue and a precise small map of the village in his head, in the construct of a long lean fast green craft Hal had once flown, on a Saturday in 1968, off a small carrier in the South China Sea. The craft had, on the morning, taken him from the parapet of the astronomy tower to the center of Hogsmeade in 21 seconds. He had landed in the center of the village on the small bright yellow ring of fear. He had not, by the small old protocol, broken the ring. He had set, on the ring, a small precise green construct that had, in the small old way of a green construct on a yellow ring, eaten it. The ring, on the eat, had gone out. The yellow gift, in the village, had collapsed. The villagers, in the village, on the collapse, had stopped, in the small old way of villagers, screaming. Harry had, in the center of the village, looked up. The 54 Death Eaters, in the fog, had been, on the line, the small old administrative problem of a man who had taken a village. He had taken them in 7 minutes. He had not, in the 7 minutes, by the small dry private discipline of a boy who had taught a year of the DA the difference between killing and stopping, killed any of them. He had taken them with the small precise green and silver lances Hermione had taught him to use, on the wand, in November of 4th year. He had taken them in pairs and threes, by the small old protocol of a lantern in a fog, with the lances, the constructs, the brooms, and, in 3 cases, the small precise unceremonious application of his own left fist. He had, in the 7 minutes, also stopped, on the small old ring on the village, the yellow ring's small bad lieutenant, who had been Bellatrix Lestrange. He had not killed her. He had, by the small dry old protocol of a man who had read, on the marble of the Hall of Prophecies, the small bad woman's grin, taken her wand and taken her ring, for she had been, by the spring of the year, given a small yellow sinestro fragment of her own, and bound her, in the small old construct of a green prison, in the road outside the 3 broomsticks. He had said, into the prison, evenly, Bellatrix. She had, in the prison, laughed. He had said, evenly, in the corridor of his mind, in the small old voice he had not, in 15 years, used out loud, I am not, on the morning, your judge. I am, on the morning, the man who is going to give you, in 12 hours, to a court. The court will not, on the morning, hang you. The court will, by the long bad protocol of the country, put you in a hole in the sea. I will, by the long bad protocol of my own discipline, on the morning, not, on the road outside the 3 broomsticks, kill you. Bellatrix had, in the prison, said, very softly, I will, in the hole in the sea, dream about you. Dream, said Harry, evenly, about whatever, in the small bad ledger, you wish. He had walked away. He had taken Hogsmeade by 6:30 in the morning. Mad Eye, on the lawn, had operated with 12 aurors at 23 minutes to 7. By 7 the aurors had been, on the cobble, taking Death Eaters. By 7:30 the village had been, by the small dry standard of a country that had been holding its breath for 6 years, free. The papers, on the morning, had begun, in the small old way of papers in a country that had been holding its breath, to write a different word. Voldemort, in the country, had heard the word. Voldemort, in the country, had, on the 2nd of December, set the second move. It had been, on the 2nd of December, the small ungenerous personal ambush. He had taken, by the small bad coordination of a sinestro fragment in his right hand, a small high tooth of yellow that had pierced, in the small old way of such teeth, a small dry fold in the wards of Hogwarts on the south curtain wall, and had operat, with 12 Death Eaters, into the small private hangar he had not been told was the Quidditch pitch. He had operat at 4:30 in the afternoon, on a Saturday, with 1,000 small students in the stands. Harry, in the air on a clean sweep on the small old courtesy of his last winter Quidditch match, had been, in the 3rd minute of the match, the man in the air over the pitch. He had, on the 2nd of the apparitions, gone vertical. He had set, on the air, the construct of a long green dome, the diameter of the pitch and the height of the highest stand, and had, on the dome, sealed the stands. The dome, on the seal, had been a small bright green thing with the small old lantern symbol on its center, and the small 1,000 of the school in the stands had been, on the dome, sealed in. The Death Eaters, on the pitch, had been, on the dome, sealed out from the school. Voldemort, on the center of the pitch, had said, very softly, lantern. Tom, said Harry, in the small old voice of a man who had been, by the small private accounting of an old long apprenticeship, waiting for the line. You are, said Voldemort, evenly, in the air. I am, said Harry, in the air. You will, said Voldemort, evenly, on the air, come down. I will, said Harry, in the small precise discipline of the 5th year occlumency lessons that had, by the small dry old reading of his head, made the building smaller than the keyhole, come down. He had come down. He had come down on the center of the pitch, on the construct of the green oval beneath his feet, and had stepped, in the small old way of a man who had been preparing for the meeting since the cupboard, off the oval and onto the grass. He had said, very evenly, Tom. Voldemort, on the center of the pitch, had been, by the small old private accounting of a long bad private project, a tall lean man with a face that had, by the spring of the year, been finished. The face had not been the face of Tom Riddle. The face had not been the face of any of the prior fragments. The face had been the face of a man whose body had been built, by the small old protocol of a yellow ring, on the bones of his old body, by the will of the yellow ring, in his own image. The face was a yellow-white face with a small set red eye and a long thin nose and a mouth that was, by the small old reading of every photograph the papers had ever taken of any tyrant, the mouth of a tyrant. The yellow ring on his finger had been, by the small old reading of the green ring on Harry's finger, at 100%. Harry, on the pitch, had said, evenly, in the small old line he had been, on the small old private accounting, for a long quiet decade, preparing, Tom. The ring on your finger is not yours. Voldemort had said, in the small high voice of the new face, it is mine. It is, said Harry, evenly, an instrument that has, in long bad apprenticeships in long dead worlds, used a great many men. The instrument was offered to me, in 1991, by a fragment in a turban. The instrument was offered to me, in 1992, by a fragment in a diary. The instrument was offered to me, in 1995, by an avatar in a hull. I have, on the small dry private accounting of my life, declined, 3 times, the instrument. You, in your turn, have, by the small bad private accounting of your life, accepted it. You have accepted it because the instrument is, by its small old design, the instrument of the kind of man who, on the small bad evening of his own private apprenticeship, has not been able to decline. Voldemort had said, on the line, very softly, lantern. Harry, on the line, had not answered. The duel had begun. It had been, by every standard of the small bad fights this country had had on the small bad pitches of its small bad histories, the largest. It had, in the air over the pitch, taken the construct of a long green and silver fighter and a long yellow and black bombing thing the size of a shed, and the green and silver fighter had been Harry's and the yellow and black bombing thing had been Voldemort's, and the two had banked the length of the pitch, in the long quiet small precise small private accounting of 2 minds that had, by the small dry private discipline of 2 long apprenticeships, been preparing for the bank for a decade. Harry had, on the bank, taken the bombing thing on the wing. He had not, on the wing, broken it. He had, on the wing, eaten it. He had eaten it in the small old way of a green construct meeting a yellow construct on a high-gain channel, by the small old protocol of the brace, and the bomb thing, on the eat, had collapsed. The yellow ring, on the collapse, had given, on its bearer's finger, a small high tooth of fear. The fear, on the tooth, had not, by the small old discipline of fifth-year occlumency, taken the boy on the green fighter. The fear had, on the rebound, taken the man on the center of the pitch. Voldemort, on the small high tooth of fear, had, on his own pitch, in his own face, in his own house, on his own small bad evening, in the company of his own small bad ring, on the rebound, met, by the small ungenerous arithmetic of his own private apprenticeship, the precise face of his own oldest fear. He had, on the face, screamed. The yellow ring, on the scream, had eaten him. It had not, on the eat, been a long process. It had been, by the small dry standard of an instrument that had been, in long bad apprenticeships in long dead worlds, used by many men, a fast eat. The yellow ring had drawn, on the long bad evening of its own small private accounting, the man on the pitch into itself, and the man on the pitch, on the draw, had gone. The yellow ring, on the man, had been left, on the center of the pitch, on the grass. The Sinestro avatar had, on the center of the pitch, by the small old protocol, operat through the veil he had not, by the small old reading, been authorized to. He had said, evenly, in the long high voice of an instrument and not a person, lantern. Sinestro, said Harry, evenly. You have, said Sinestro, taken the man. I have, said Harry, taken the man. You have not, said Sinestro, taken the ring. I have not, said Harry, taken the ring. You will, said Sinestro, by the long old protocol of the yellow core, give me the ring. I will not, said Harry. Then, said Sinestro, on the long old protocol, we are at war. We are, said Harry, on the long old protocol, at war. The war, on the center of the pitch, in the small dry small precise small private accounting of two men who had been, by the long bad apprenticeship of the long bad century, on the small dry side of the matter for a long time, had not been a long war. It had been a single move. Harry had, on the line, taken the green coin off the leather thong on his neck. He had set the coin on the grass. He had said, very evenly, to the coin, you are not, by the long old protocol, mine. The coin, on the line, had bloomed. It had bloomed, in the small old way of a piece of an old battery that had been waiting on a leather thong for a decade for the moment in which the bearer of the ring on its companion's finger would, by the long old discipline of his own private apprenticeship, set it down and ask it the question in the small old line. It had bloomed in a long bright green that had run, on the center of the pitch, the length of the dome over the stands and into the small old stones of the school and into the long old earth under the school, and it had, on the bloom, taken, by the long old protocol, the yellow ring on the grass. The yellow ring, on the line, had gone, in the long old protocol, with the green. Sinestro, on the center of the pitch, in the long high voice of an instrument and not a person, had said, evenly, lantern. Sinestro, said Harry, evenly. You have, said Sinestro, on the center of the pitch, taken the ring. I have, said Harry, taken the ring. You have, said Sinestro, broken a fragment of my core that has not been broken on this side of the veil since your country last had a king. You have done it with one ring, one wand, one battery, and a coin. You have done it before your 17th birthday. You have done it without my permission, and without your country's, and, by my reading of you, without your own surprise. Sinestro, said Harry, on the center of the pitch, very evenly. Yes. Step out of the way. Sinestro, on the line, by the long old protocol, had stepped, very slowly, back through the veil he had operat through. The veil, on the step, had, in the long old protocol, gone dark. The pitch, on the line, had been, by every standard of war, very quiet. Harry, on the center of the pitch, had set, very gently, the green coin back on the leather thong. He had set the coin against his sternum. The coin had, on the set, given, in the small old way of a piece of an old battery that had been on the leather thong for a decade, a small last bloom and had stilled. The dome, over the stands, had dissolved. The 1,000 students of the school, on the stands, had stood. They had not, on the stand, screamed. They had, in the small old way of 1,000 young persons who had, by the small dry apprenticeship of a long bad year, been taught the small precise discipline of standing in the right way at the right time, stood. Harry, on the center of the pitch, in the small old way of a man who had been, by the long bad apprenticeship of the small dry private accounting of a long quiet decade, the man on the center of the pitch, had said, into the stands, very evenly, "We are done." The stands, on the line, had not, in the small old way of 1,000 young persons, said anything. He had said, very evenly, "Go to your dinner." The stands, on the line, had, in the small old way of 1,000 young persons who had, by the long bad apprenticeship of a long bad year, been taught a small dry trick about going to dinner, gone to dinner. In the empty pitch, in the long quiet of a winter evening, Albus Dumbledore apparat onto the center of the grass at 6:30 and very gently set, on Harry's shoulder, his hand. He said, very gently, "My boy." "Yes, sir." "You have, my boy, finished." "I have, sir," said Harry, evenly. "You have, my boy, in the long quiet of your own apprenticeship, done what no one in this country has been able to do for 3/4 of a century. You have done it, by the small dry record, twice. You have done it without the death of any of the children behind you. You have done it without the deaths of any of the men who came in front of you. You have done it without the death of the man on the pitch, who was, by the small old reading of an old protocol, dead before he stepped onto the grass. You have, my boy, given me a debt I do not, by any of the long calendars I have kept, know how to pay." "Sir," said Harry. "Yes, my boy. I would like, sir, to have my dinner." Albus Dumbledore, very gently, on the center of the pitch, on Harry's shoulder, smiled. He said, "My boy. Go." Harry went. The Christmas of year 6 was the Christmas the country, by the small dry standard of a country that had been holding its breath, came back. The papers, on the morning, said one of two words. The ministry, on the morning, fell. The new minister, on the afternoon, was Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had told no one, on the morning, that he had been on Mad Eye's left at the Hall of Prophecies in May, and who, by the night of the appointment, had not, in any of the rooms of the ministry, used the small old phrase fear of the small old word. Hogsmeade, on the 3rd Saturday of December, had bunting. The villagers, on the morning of the bunting, had hung a small green and silver banner, with a small unauthorized lantern symbol on it, over the door of the Three Broomsticks, and Madame Rosmerta had, in the small old way of a publican who had not, in 15 years, given a child a free butterbeer, given Harry a free butterbeer. He had drunk it. Hermione, on the bench by his elbow, had not, on the bench, been crying. She had, on the bench, been holding his other hand. Ron, on his other side, had been eating, with the slow methodical pleasure of a Weasley at the right kind of dinner, the small plate of chips. Ginny, opposite, had been, in the small old way of a girl who had, in her 13th year, been the first hand the diary had taken in the country, and who had, by 16, become, in the small old way, the smallest and the steadiest and, by the small dry private accounting of every member of the D.A., the best of them, watching her brother eat the chips. Sirius had not been at the table. Sirius had been, by the small dry record, dead since May. Harry had, on the bench, set his butterbeer down. He had taken Hermione's hand off his hand and turned it, palm up, in the small soft kindness of a friend who had, in his apprenticeship to the small dry discipline, learned, by 16, the small precise difference between holding a thing and being held by it. He had said, evenly, on the bench, into the small warm room of the Three Broomsticks, where the bunting was up, Hermione. Yes. I am, on the morning of the 3rd of January, going to take a flight. A flight. In the construct. To the south. I am going to look, by the small dry old protocol of the ring, for the 3rd battery. The ring tells me, by the small dry record of last Tuesday, that there is one in the country. I am going, on the 3rd, to find it. She had said, on the bench, very evenly, all right. I am, said Harry, going alone. I know. You will tell McGonagall. I will. You will tell Kingsley. I will. You will not, said Harry, evenly, on the bench, tell the papers. I will not, said Hermione, on the bench, evenly. We have, by the small dry record, learned a thing about the papers. We have. Will you, said Hermione, on the bench, evenly, come back? I will, said Harry, evenly. Promise. I do not, said Harry, on the bench, evenly, promise things I cannot keep. I am, on this bench, telling you how this is going to work. I will be back, on the morning of the 8th, before breakfast. I will, on the morning of the 8th, come into the hall, and you will, on the morning of the 8th, by the small dry record of having, on every morning since the 2nd of November, been at the Gryffindor end of the long table at 7:30, be there, and we will, on the morning of the 8th, eat breakfast, and you will, on the morning of the 8th, ask me how the South was, and I will, on the morning of the 8th, tell you. She had nodded. She had said, on the bench, into the small warm room of the 3 broomsticks, all right. He had drunk the butterbeer. The morning of the 3rd of January, on the lawn of Hogwarts, was the morning of the 3rd of January. Harry, on the lawn, on the construct of the long lean fast fighter Hal Jordan had once flown, on a Saturday in 1968, off a small carrier in the South China Sea, in the small bright sun, lifted off the lawn at 5:30. He had not, by the small old reading, looked back. In the small upstairs bedroom in the tower, on the desk under the window, the wand had been laid in its case. The leather thong with the small green coin had been laid on the desk beside the case. The ring, on the lawn, had been on his right hand, where the ring had been since he had been 6 years old in a cupboard under stairs in a house on a road in Surrey. He had said, into the small bright sun, into the cold of a Scottish January, into the long old sky over the Highlands, the small old line of the small old private apprenticeship, the small old line he had said in the floorboards of a small bedroom on Privet Drive on the night the ring had crossed dimensions to find him, in brightest day. In blackest night. No evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evils might beware my power. Green Lantern's light. The sky, on the line, had pulsed once. Harry had gone up. In a clearing in the forbidden forest, 20 meters under thin sweet earth, the older green light, the older of the 2 greens on the planet, had pulsed once and had stilled. It had been heard. It had been answered. It had been used. It had been kept. It would, in the long course of its life, be used again. But not by the man on the construct. That man, on the morning, on the lawn, in the small bright sun, in the small cold of a Scottish January, in the small old country, in the small old discipline, in the small old line, had gone up. Cool head, Hal said, in his ear, very faintly, for the last time he would say it before the long quiet that followed. Hot stick. Harry, on the construct, in the cold of the morning, in the long old sky over the Highlands, banked. He went south. Chapter 7 End.